Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the press, and good afternoon to our fellow compatriots who are following this edition of the MICA regular press briefing via the radio stations, the internet. It's a good thing to be back here. As you already know, our distinguished minister, Honorable Pewee, is in the United States. Now, we will continue to do the work of the ministry while the minister is away in consultation with him. And so we are happy to be back here in the historic Charles Myean conference and the Ministry of Information. There's a lot to talk about. And I'd like to begin by saying to you that Liberia, under the leadership of His Excellency President Garguah, is on an irreversible trajectory of progress. A lot is happening, and we can always use this medium to effectively communicate the progress of the Liberian government to the media. I would like to begin by firstly saying His Excellency President Garguah a month ago suspended 457 officials of the government. Well, some of you who were asking, Mr. Sandro, what would the money be used for? Those suspended officials, those officials that are suspended, what would that February salary be used for? The CSA came here and provided answer to that question. The Director General of the Bureau of State-Owned Enterprises also came here and spoke to you and said that the suspended officials are in two categories. One group of them fall within the scope of the CSA, and therefore it was the duty of the CSA to ensure that their salaries for the month of February is placed in an account where it can be accounted for. The SOE boss said the same thing. And so others went beyond to ask, what would the money be used for? His Excellency President Garguah has provided answer to that question. So in line with the administration's commitment to transparency, accountability, and good governance, the CSA did block the salaries of suspended government officials who failed to comply with the directive issued by the President. To maximize the impact of these funds, the Liberian leader, His Excellency President Garguah, has directed with immediate effect the Civil Service Agency to collaborate with the Ministry of Finance and Development Planning to establish an escrow account for the cumulative block salaries amounting to approximately $90,808.56. These funds will be allocated towards the government's one-child, one-chair presidential initiative to enhance the learning conditions in primary and secondary schools across the country. In addition to that, the President has also mandated the CSA to work alongside the Ministry of Education to ensure the timely procurement and distribution of chairs to the schools that are in need. The Bureau of State-Owned Enterprises has been instructed to implement similar measures for officials of state-owned enterprises who remain suspended due to non-compliance with the asset declaration regime of the government. The funds derived from these actions will be redirected to the one child, one chair initiative of the government. The President is of the conviction that this move reinforces steadfastness in the rescue mission to uphold integrity in public service while prioritizing policies that directly benefit the public, the people of Liberia, particularly school-going children. The Liberian leader calls on all public officials to comply with asset declaration regulations to foster accountability. Somebody was asking whether the government can only buy armchair when people are suspended. This one child, one chair initiative is one of the signature accomplishments of the Ministry of Education so far. It has been implemented. It is ongoing, but of course, there's always need for additional resources in the various areas. And so if the President took an administrative action that led to the accumulation of money in an escrow account, that money, of course, has to be applied to something very important. It is against this backdrop that the President has directed his money to further enhance this initiative that was already in progress. It is only meant to further equip additional schools across the country.
Show me one country that USAID was in and education improved. Show me what country where USAID was in and healthcare improved. The social services they're bringing, it's peanuts. The American taxpayer needs to know the billions of dollars that are being given to USAID, a fraction is making it to the people. Let's look at what HIV/AIDS was used to do. We know of a program that was run out of South Africa where they actually were injecting people with the virus. The reason some of the AIDS virus spread as rapidly as it did in Southern Africa, there were some very dirty games being played on African people. They were using Africans as guinea pigs for experimental activities. Even when you look at every aspect, they're using us as guinea pigs. Yes, there is some good, a percentage of some good, but not all of it is done with good intentions. You look at agriculture, they're destroying African agriculture by introducing those GMOs. You plant your seed in one season, your soil is finished. We used to have seeds that we can use from one season to the other. The introduction of GMOs through these agencies, USAID is one of them. We're destroying Africa in a massive way. A little good is coming out, but by and large, the end result, they mean no good. They can turn around and give us an inventory and say, as long as you have been in Africa and also other parts of the world, show us your success rate. You claim you are helping governments with education and healthcare. Show us your success rate. But I also turn around and say, African governments, why do you need this little aid to assist you in providing proper health care, proper education? The average African government can afford to provide those services for their people. Why does such a continent that did so much to help Europe recover continue to be so poor? Let's be realistic here. Let's not talk about peanuts. Africa does not need the aid. What we need is for those who are exploiting Africa to stop. Africa has everything it needs. If Africa could have contributed as much as it did to the recovery of Europe post-World War II, why wasn't Africa equally developed? This is a wake-up call to the African leaders to take inventory of what is really happening in their countries. Do they really need the peanuts that are coming in as aid? What is really going out? If I may use the example of what happened in Niger when the government decided they were going to take over the mining of their uranium. The French companies that were mining the uranium were paying the government 80 cents a kilo for the uranium, and then turning around and selling the uranium to the rest of the world at 200 euros a kilo. So that one move from the Nigerian government to say we are now going to take ownership.
Good day, good to see you, Honorable Gilman, Jerome
Yes.
Gilman.
Yes, sir.
Good to see you, brother. Good to see you. Good to see you.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you very much.
Yes, welcome again, my people, to the closing argument. Today we are back, March 18, 2025. Good to be back on the closing argument. Want to say thanks for coming in, tuning in. Can you share the show for us? Share the show in your various chat rooms. Share on your pages. Share it on your wall. Share it for us. Let us make the show go around. That's the project. On the screen is Missions Liberia, the mission that our friend and brother, fellow panelist Henry Peabody is part of. He's in Liberia presently. Every year they construct several hand pumps and build some schools around the country, especially in the rural areas. He's been with the Mission Liberia for more than a decade. He's been supporting his programs and activities in Liberia, projects in Liberia for the betterment of our people. Want to always appreciate him and say thanks to him for taking off his time to always go to Liberia every year to dedicate projects that the missions undertake. It's so good to give back to your people when you're in a position to give back. I want to say, Dr. Peabody, we appreciate you, we support you, and we continue to wish you the best and thank God for Liberian missions. But Mr. Gilman, welcome. Tell us how's your day going and what's on your mind.
Well, what Dr. Peabody is doing here is honorable. This is, some of these folks do these things behind closed doors. They don't want the press. They don't want to be recognized. They just want to do God's work, which is what he's doing here. And we have to thank him. We have to thank those who are funding the agencies with which he's working. We have to thank them. This is amazing. This is 2025, a small country like Liberia. Our folks are still fetching water from the dirty creeks, and people are dying from curable diseases because of the lack of facilities. So for one man to do such a project, we have to commend him, we have to pray for him, we have to cherish what he's doing, and we have to recognize this as a genuine act of God. This is a godly human being that's doing godly work. And this is, we need more of this. We need to recognize these folks. We need to recognize the agencies that are doing this. This is great. Tomalin, this is awesome for our folks. And the young man is from he's your neighbor. You were from Firestone, and he's from Orange Grove, basically maybe 35 minutes from your hometown to where he was born and raised. So this is great news.
On your mind? What's on your mind?
Well, one of the reasons I like this administration is we are not lacking when it comes to news. I think you just played one. Mr. Sano Johnson saying over there that this administration under Gregory Coleman is the best police director in the history of Liberia. Then he turned around and announced this thing they call One Child, One Chair initiative. And he said there were $90,000 that is going into an escrow account to buy a chair to be delivered all over the country. I mean, I almost died laughing. I'm looking at the Ministry of Education and the World Health, the World Bank's numbers here. Number of children enrolled in Liberia is approximately 1.3 million young folks. 1.3. Active enrollment is 922,000 children. And you're saying $90,000 to buy armed chair. As somebody who have purchased armed chair here, I spent $201 for one, a real good one. I don't know whether the same one they are using. If that's the model they are using, then it's going to be 448 chairs. If they're using the model that we are talking about, it's going to be 448 chairs to be, according to him, to be delivered across the width and breadth of the country. Can you imagine that this young man stood over there and said $90,000 is going to an escrow account to buy armchair for the students of Liberia, and by the directive of the president, it will be delivered across the nation? I mean, there's something intrinsically wrong with these folks. Either they think that we are stupid or they have just given up. That's all I can say, because it makes no sense.
Chris, welcome. What's on your mind?
Thank you, Tomalin. It's nice to be here. Hi, Mr. Gaiman. How are you?
I'm doing very well, thank you.
How was your interview yesterday with DeLong?
Oh, well, like we said, like I've always said, there's something, those of us who are into the business, we say there's something called infomercial. Infomercial is the guy with the pillow who will come in and sell his pillow and all that, and all he does is talk. Then the politician add onto that something they call filibuster. When Tomalin Joe asked him a question, we were 10 on the panel, right? So every time everybody asked him a question, I was clocking him. He would spend about 6.7 minutes on each topic, on each question. By the time it went around, everybody got it. He got 71 minutes. That's an hour and 11 minutes.
Well, is there, can you blame him for that? You blame the host.
Well, because
there should be a time limit for the guests to talk. So if they say, okay, they give me the panelists 1 minute 30 seconds to ask a question, then they give the guest 2 minutes to respond. That's how it's supposed to be. But if the guest is on closing argument, the guest is the priority. So for some reason, it's more, although the guest should be the priority, but it's more than, when you're watching the news, or other places you watch. At least you got to limit the guests. You can't just talk, or so you can't blame him. You were just going with the flow.
And then for Dylan to think that we are all either gullible, for him to say that the confirmation of the lady was 6 months or 3 months or 4 months. It is preposterous for those who know the process. That he was confusing the hearing process that takes months. Listen to me, Grace. The hearing process takes as long as you want it to take. The confirmation is after they have voted. They have everybody. They say, okay, yay or nay. That process that took less than 30 minutes. That's the process we are talking about. So then,
I understand where you're coming from. So, but I just want to get my opinion. I just wanted to tease you a little bit.
yes,
The confirmation hearing thing don't even move me because everybody go to that house to get they have sent it to get confirmed anyway. So that's the Liberian style. But this is what is on my mind today. I was very disappointed, especially when it comes to the HOR, the House of Representatives. What is still going on there? The last time we broke a news here saying that they were trying to work together, and not knowing that they are not actually working together. It seems as though the Supreme Court has been compromised, because if the Supreme Court has a decision and they already made the decision, why are you having to wait for the president? Are you reporting the decisions to the president before you announce it? I thought it's supposed to be a separate entity. So you wait for the president to go and do behind work and say he's talking to the people, knowing in his mind that we are assuming that in his mind he really want this regime senator speaker of the house to remain in power, being speaker of the house. So you're trying to convince the sitting speaker to resign, and then the Supreme Court come up with a ruling and say, in my mind, the ruling is for the minority bloc. Now you say they're settling things behind the scene, so they cannot give the Liberian people any answer to whatsoever is going on, and this house is still divided. And a house that is divided cannot stand. And you guys this is going to almost 8 months. You are putting our country behind. The president is the main person who is behind this thing. I believe it. People used to say, I said, oh no, I don't think so. But now I want to believe this is what is happening. The other thing that is on my mind is that the drugs that were busted in Lofa County, how are the drugs getting into the country? And I mean, we don't have any security that will really put stop to this thing. The children are dying in that country. Delon has a rehabilitation center. You want to tell me that they're in the house, the Senate are not trying to put their foot on who these drug dealers that among them? They're only focusing on the children that getting the drug into the system. This is not all to we need to find a way to capture and put behind bars the people that are bringing the drugs into the country. For Liberia's system, it's not that hard if you want to investigate stuff and get real, or information from the people, because people talk in our country, and it's not that hard. But they're making the thing to seem like it's so difficult for them to be able to try to eradicate a little bit about the drugs that are coming in our country, and that's the things that are on my mind. Thank you, Tomalin.
Welcome, Pewee. Pewee, what's on your mind, man?
Thank you, Georgie. Basically, the country as a whole is on my mind, and I'm strategically thinking forward in terms of how we can push the country and settle the basic line. I'm someone basically worked before in government. I understand the toll on the government, but what we can all do as people to change the perception and really work on behalf of the mass base of our people is something that is very key on my mind. So it's a process that Tomalin and the rest of the folks, that we have to understand what is government bureaucracy. And sometimes we mix a lot in terms of what we see on the other end to want to believe that we can do a replica back in our country. That is not possible. But what I believe we can do, even that kind of a process is currently unfolding even in the beacon of democracy. It is currently unfolding in those kind of in society. So the basic line we can do is to allow folks to continue to see how we can have a national conversation on how our country should move forward. It's a very important process. And this is a widespread thing. You said something, we were having conversation, and one thing particularly on my mind also is to see the sanity of our country image outside of our country. Now, this debate about the passport saga before in the country. I'm one person, and that's what I said. And then, you know, I was at the time a junior cabinet official or elementary cabinet official, whatever you want to term it. But I served folks in the cabinet, particularly my former boss. I served 2 dean of the cabinet. One of the basic things I believe is to bring some sanity back to the issue of our travel documents, right? And that's why I'm prepared to always have conversation. There are people that will be outside that don't understand what have unfolded to me about this travel dossier, the passport saga, and the rest of that. Some of us, we come, if we, no matter what we speak equity of these things, our hands, we're not injured, but we will do everything when we serve. We serve everything humanly possible with friends and Congress. But again, we cannot be held liable for one individual deviating from the trend of what we want to see happen in the country. But one of the basic things I would love to see is to bring sanity back to the passports issue, is to restore that legacy that other ministers try to put into place. Mr. Finney put into place mechanism to revive it, to protect it. Mr. Kemiaki, he put mechanism in to revise it and protect it. But there will be some shift, if you will. But what I will say, and I'm saying it to any potential element that got the power or means that we all can fix this issue, but we at the time, we exhibited our role we play as a public servant, and we were technicians whatsoever. That's what we did in our role at the time we served in the country. So, but some sanity, as the minister, the current minister of foreign affairs stated yesterday, and she admitted that the relationship with this country, and that one of the things that's on my mind also, that we try to fix the relationship with Washington, D.C. We didn't do it right before. I mean, it should be on par as, even it will not be at the level of Madame Saliv. We need to bring it close to the days of Madame Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. It's important because what it does is that it brings hope back to the country. You saw what happened yesterday when the entire news went out and the State Department had to come up with some kind of a clarification, right? And in diplomacy, too many, I told you in the last time, people listen to signals. Signaling is very important in diplomacy. And the State Department had to come up with this issue. It's not only Liberia, because other people that are blindfolded, very myopic in local, very dogmatic, we believe that it's only our country that has been isolated. No, it's a chain of countries that have to be in a particular zone. You don't want to find, we don't want to find ourselves in the yellow zone. Nobody wants to find ourselves in the yellow zone. There are people in the red zone already. We're in the yellow zone. We want to remove, we don't even want to get in the orange zone. So that's basically what's on my mind. And I will hope that we can have a day of conversation about this process so that we can allow all Liberians the hope and privilege, because it's not a right, it's a privilege of having the right to hold on a powerful visa across the world, not only here, in other countries, so they will go because our passport will be respected and the dignity will be restored. That's basically what I'm looking for. And I will hope that you, and as the kind of a way you preside, the way you handle things, and you got calm heart, you impose that in kind of a process that we will have a debate on this issue and see how we can have some remedy to it and move the country forward. That's basically on my mind. I have nothing to do with any discussion but now to restore the dignity back to our travel instruments.
Honorable George, I sent you a video earlier, and while Pewee were talking about it, I think we can segue into that. How other governments across the world are dealing with this issue of separation, other issues, and I think the Caribbean nations, based on what Pewee is saying, if we could take a cue from what the Caribbean nations are about to do, I think we should take cue and maybe modify it, whatever they are doing successfully. There's nothing new in the world anymore, okay? There's no reason to go and do a complete research from zero. The research is already modified to fit your needs. That's what people are doing. Somebody invented or discovered vaccines, and people tap into it and did variations of the vaccine to address other issues. So if you had that video from the gentleman in red is the prime minister, and he spoke diligently on, he's from Trinidad and Tobago. He made a plea to his nation. And that speech, if you took him from there and put President Wakai or President Weah or Pewee or yourself, that speech could have been said by you for those of us who have been under the armpit of the big nations. They have a way of strangulating you. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I got it. We'll play later on. Yeah, it's good.
Okay,
I think I went through it today. Well, it's good that everybody's here. I want to say that everybody's saying the fact about what's on their mind is good. A lot that's happening in our country. Quickly today, we'll be talking about several things. I would say this: whenever you have something that you want for us to discuss on the topic, just send it in so we can send it to the guys so they can queue it. If you got video, yeah, any kind of topic, so we can queue it. The guys can queue it so they can be fun part of the discussion, so everybody can contribute towards the discussion. Today, I think President Boyka, the West African Examination Council, they met in Monrovia today. I think he opened a session at the ministerial complex, and regarding the Ministry of Information press briefing, Mr. Gideon, I'll differ with you on that issue though. The money that was talked about, those who were suspended for not declaring their assets, their February salary was they were withheld from them. They're not going to receive their February's with all pay. So that February pay, that equivalent to $90,000 plus. What they did was they said, well, they will use it to buy chairs. So they say instead of putting that money, they put it in an escrow account. So what they did, they buying chair. They said they have a Ministry of Education have this policy where they have one chair, one student, something. So that money, those who forfeited their salaries for February, using the pay to buy to support that program. So they're buying chair for students across the country. That I think the minister, I think I heard him speaking about it. So that money, if I were working and I didn't declare my asset, instead of getting paid for February, my pay will be put towards that money they took from me. They put it towards that one chair, one student program. So the buying it was for student for chairs. So I mean, for me, if that's what they're doing, I support it instead of giving.
Oh no, that's great. That's great. Honorable George. I think Sando will have done himself a great favor. Have he come and say, we suspended 450 lawmakers for not employees for not declaring their asset. All of the 450, 40 did, and the 40 that didn't, or who didn't, this is the amount of.
You're right. He should have breaking it down to say, well, out of 457 people that were suspended, the pay that was withheld from February was put towards that project.
That's correct. Thank you.
I just told him, I was saying to man, I said, why? I mean, you can speak further on it, but it's up to them. Another one he said that caught my mind, he said that the asset recovery, they bring in two forensic investigators are arriving in the country tomorrow, I think today. My question is, honestly, I mean, you should bear me off. Like, I think we have Liberians trained in almost every career now in the world. We have Liberians that are trained in these areas. You have Liberian forensic investigator. So if you have Liberians that in America or in Europe or wherever they are that can do that job, why can't you contact the Liberians? Why are you bringing in foreign experts to come and do it?
Alex Coffey is one of those people.
Yeah, you want forensic people, bring them in.
Because Liberians don't love one another. They don't.
But it's not about that. It's about the good of the country. The good of the country. Bring them in. Encourage them. We have a contract. Okay. Like for instance, okay, if you got a professional here who can do a job, he may not be a member of your party, but he's a Liberian, give him the opportunity to do the job. He will put away partisanship from there and be professional. If not, you take it from him. If you can perform a job and you're professional and you can, because you for a party you want to undermine the country, you'll be exposed. But I don't think if you are a forensic examiner for some examiner for some case, some criminal stuff, you train, you went to school for that, a career that you make a living out of that. You're not gonna put it online because you're a member of party A or party B. No, So I think for that, the minister got to answer these questions. Why the government should answer these questions? Why bring in more people when we get people in the country? Okay, the fire investigators went there. Tell me now. Then he said in our briefing today, the same result from the investigation, the same report the fire investigators that what they got. So the people came, they paid away. I mean, I'm gonna go on vacation maybe. I came and went right back. Did a job and went back. Okay, so we gotta have confidence in our people. We've got to start to do that. So that's something that we should flag. Concerning the interview yesterday, I'm telling you, members of I got several people that were saying that you guys grow Senator Delon, and for Senator Delon, I think he's a politician. He answered the question like a politician will answer, though. Or you expect Delon to come and Jack come and say, "Oh yeah, everything," and they him. Oh no, don't forget. Even though he did not say that he's off he did not indicate that he's running for re-election. Delon he told you Delon still young. Delon in your early 50s. They're not gonna retire from politics, and especially when United politics. Politics is so sweet. You don't have to retire from there. So, but Delon as a smart politician,
being sweet. Can you define being sweet?
It's sweet for him.
All the but let me define it. All the glamour. You go somewhere, you recognize. People recognize you. Enter a room, you recognize. You go to a particular anywhere, people recognize you. You
get salary.
Involved. Yeah,
politics are supposed to be sweet. A government position is supposed to be sweet when you are doing what you're supposed to do. Liberians allow these things to be sweet because they look at the people like gods, even if they're not doing the right thing to benefit their lives and the lives of the people in Liberia. So until Liberians open their eyes and start to think wise, and people who don't do their jobs, like the other people in the other countries, when they come to the U.S. or go to the other countries, that people boo them. They don't allow them in their presence or something. They do something.
Liberia do the same thing.
You're not doing what you're doing.
Liberia boo that.
No. Liberia do that. Listen, we are not the West. We are not the West in terms of politics. And y'all, and listen, too many 1 minute. We are not the West in terms of politics. And Grace, sometimes you love to always look down on the country that we're the West. We're not the West. We're not the West. And no. We're not the worst. No. We're not the worst when it comes to those kind of things. We're not the worst. We agree. No. I agree you're concerned, but sometimes you do it in a condescending manner that, and again, we all part of the country. No. So Liberians, what I'm trying to say, Liberians, and we all been into the politics sometimes. I agree that there are times that we change the face of it, but it's not the way you all want to portray it. We agree that there are some challenges everywhere in the world. The politics will be ugly. You see now what we face everywhere. But Liberian booed Judy Brown before. You said Liberian don't do that. Let me tell you this: they booed Judy Brown. They boo him. They heck on him. They boo him. Liberian have booed other politicians before. Liberians will do that. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying.
Judy Brown, but what other politicians are they booed?
They boo a lot of other politicians. I take a classic example to you. I said Judy Bryan, the former head of state, they boo him. If they could boo Judy Bryan, they boo a lot of individuals before. Liberians have done it. Liberians have done it. It's just a matter of time. They will sink into it. They will see the reality and they will see things to move into it. But Liberians have done it before. They boo leaders before. Right? It happened all over the country.
No, Pewee, but don't we gotta toss so the vast.
They boo Judy Brown in Wallasa. They boo him.
Listen, I'm talking about our vice president was just heckled in Philadelphia last week.
Okay, there you go.
So
there you go.
We do this. What I'm saying, I agree with her that we worship these people. And that is something that we have to work on because
Elabra Washington, they will not boo.
No, come on now.
They will worship people.
Listen,
they will not boo.
Yo, you cannot discount that.
No, go ahead. No, let me mute myself. I didn't want to bring that point out.
What I'm saying is, you are muted. You are muted. Pewee, you are muted.
No, I said my quick point is that I say sometimes I got a Ghanaian friend that always told me Liberians themselves talk too much down at their country. Why they disagree? The message we all disagree with our politicians, but we don't demean our country too much like you Liberians do. So sometimes and that alone it gave me the courage now to always try to promote the country while we disagree with those that are dangerous to the country. We'll disagree with them with something that will expose them, but we should at least help to be productive elements in the country instead of being counterproductive to help those people do the roles. Now, it's not all roses in the country. We'll have some dangerous politicians that are doing, a lot of them that will do bad, but he also got some good people, but they're brilliant citizens themselves. They're proud themselves of exposing those people. And it's happened that of time in the country. And that's why some of the poor reject. Imagine, you know, lastly, do you know, Gamer, do you know the rate of most of our politicians not coming back in the country in terms of elections?
Oh, we know.
And that would say, yes, go ahead.
That's what we are saying. If we could just fight to reduce the turn, our people will do well. If the people know, like in the United States, right? The reason the House of Representatives is very effective. If every 2 years they have to come and face their people, every 2 years. In Liberia, you talk about 6 and a decade. 9 years is a decade, basically. If you give somebody a decade of decadence to steal, to loot at that rate, 6 years. But if we had 2 years, where they will come back to the people to do the evaluation, we will see a change. Yes, Grace, go ahead.
Yeah, so what I want to say is that, look, Liberia is the country we all love. And some of our love is different from the other people love. For us, we love the country. We don't look at individuals. Even on this platform, sometimes the politicians come here. You guys are defenders. You sit down and somebody working here, you're attacking on this platform. I couldn't even ask the man a fitting question. It happened again when Koga came here. People started to stop me. It doesn't mean that we demean it. What is the issue? Is the issue. We have to discuss the issue. When we see the bad, we have to call it bad because it's been decades. The war has been over. This country don't even have 15 electricity for 24 hours for the people. So how in the world a politician will come to America and you go there to heal him and not asking the question that Tomalin went there to interview this vice president? People went there to adore him and praise him. But he's the vice president of a country that going through a real life a trauma and disgust that even the rest of the world see, and they look at us, they look down. Also, if you allow the world to look down, I mean, when I announced that I'm a Liberian because the way you let my country be because of greed and corruption, I will look down at you when you come as a government official and ask you the question I need to ask you, the way I need to ask you, and that's the right thing to do. Wrong is wrong. Julia Bryan was booed in Liberia. Did everybody boo Julia Bryan here in America? No. How is it that the people in America see this free world? They know what is right and wrong. But when these government officials come, they come in and heal them, knowing that they're not doing right by the people in the country. They're allowing these boys to be in the streets, don't have any jobs to do. The people not turning to armed robbers, killing other people because they want to survive. So we have to speak this. We cannot be in denial. We will speak it as long as we will until Liberia changes. Thank you.
Well, Mr. George, a news flash. Our astronauts are just landed in Florida, right here by me, the Kennedy Space Center. We are
after 200, how many days? 260 some more days.
Oh yeah, they were there for what, 7 months? That's a long time.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes. Congrats. And also, I think that those who working with USAID, y'all keep your fingers crossed. Georgia, we've revoked. They just they told the Trump administration that they will release USAID funds and let the funding go on. That being approved, allocated by Congress. So the fight is now, and for the first time, The Chief Justice, you don't usually see them do it, but today he broke the that normal stuff. So Trump said, no, you cannot talk about impeaching a judge because the man said that what you're doing is illegal, is not right. You can't impeach him. We're stepping now. And then Trump said, oh no, we comply with it, but that's how you do it. That's because that's what they call 3 separate coordinate branches of government. Hope Liberia can one day reach to that point where we have real 3 separate and coordinate branches of government, where we have an imperial presidency. We have a speaker, a pro temp, or chief justice who will stand up for the branch and say, look, we're not gonna allow this to happen. But again, back to the issue, right? Let me say this. The Supreme Court, today the issue of release. Supreme Court of Liberia is saying now that they say they're telling Brigadier General Amos B. Kese Dixon Sr., the Supreme Court Marshal, you are hereby commanded to notify the Representative Richard Kuhn. Is he already said in the Sunny? In the citation, it said Honorable J. Funati Kofa and members of the 55th Legislature versus Richard Kuhn, pro protest speaker of the House. It said you are commanded to notify the parties in the above entitled cause of action or the legal representative that the Honorable Supreme Court of the Republic of Liberia will hear argument in said cause on the 26th day of March 2025 at hour of 11 a.m. So now the Supreme Court is now saying that the 2 parties will be arguing before the Supreme Court on March 26th. And after the argument, the Supreme Court will usually what they will do, they will reserve ruling, the opinion. They will deliberate and come up with a date and say, well, we'll give our opinion on this matter on so and so date. One good thing, it's not the first time going before the Supreme Court. Supreme Court know that they are aware that they caused the problem too. So the world watching them, everybody watching them, they must resolve this now. You don't leave it open, don't make it vague, and just say ultra viral, all that crap. They say look, be blunt, interpret for Liberian people, give their opinion and say, look, side A or side B, this is our position. And from there, the matter can be resolved so that the country can move on. So we are aware now that the Supreme Court will be meeting with both parties. They have informed them, their lawyers, on the 26th of March for argument before the Supreme Court. So let's wait and see what happens. Today is March 18. That's about how many days from now? 8 days from now, right?
8 days from now.
8 days from now, they'll be going for the argument before the Supreme Court. And hopefully after the argument, maybe they will get another week again for the render opinion. So as far as we're concerned right now, that's why everything that's happening in the Supreme Court right now, in the majority black, they're suspending people still. People not taking it serious because you have a matter before the Supreme Court and you say they suspending people, doing all kind of stuff. I think you're supposed to just wait. Supreme Court finalize this thing. You make it matter worse because if tomorrow Supreme Court says that you guys return to status quo ante and go back and have a high election for a new speaker, whatever the case, you think people will want to vote for you the way you're doing right now? If I were you, say, look, right now we see some matter, pending the Supreme Court's opinion, render whatever they rendered, instead of acting like you're really in charge. So let's see what happens on March 26th. So I'll give you guys a chance to weigh in on that topic of the Supreme Court March 26 argument set. So Gaiman, Grace, and Pewee, what you say about the Supreme Court saying March 26th?
Well, you see, the importance of this particular case now, point in time, it is now that the United States had issued a foreign warning of 60 days to put your house in order. Law and order is primary on that particular agenda. Law and order, the respect for the rule of law. So here we are. The Supreme Court, There is no constitution in the world that is written that tells the entire story of everything. Some of them are vague. The reason these people are scholarly and they've been paid the great money, when you listen to the U.S. Supreme Court, they will tell you the intent of the original writers, right? So we expect our Supreme Court, where there is no present day argument or where there is no present day agreement, for them to tell us what would have been the intent of the original author of that Supreme Court. Instead, they didn't do that. So yes, the Supreme Court is also liable for saying the Supreme Court and the rule did not spell out how you compel people, so you go out there and fight it on yourself. That was terrible on our part. But I am confident, though, that with this thing, this yellow thing hanging over our head to put our house in order, this Supreme Court is going to be brilliant. The problem here is, after the Supreme Court rules, the Supreme Court is done. They have no enforcement mechanism. It is the executive that is supposed to enforce. What happens if Joseph Boakai decides, the administration decides to sidestep the Supreme Court ruling like they did with the tenure position and all of that? Then we're back to square one. So yes, the Supreme Court will be brilliant because they are. But we'll see what the executive does after the ruling comes out.
But before Grace comes in, but Mr. Gimmon, you don't forget though, what's happening right now, there's no time for the executive to play games. President Boakai knows exactly that what's happening at the legislature is affecting his government. Okay, people are talking about the rule of law, and don't forget too, when it talks about the Millennium Challenge and the Millennium Compact, all that counts. They will ask the question, like, was the rule of law in Liberia followed? Did they follow the rule of law in Liberia? You don't want to fail because of that. So, I mean, you got to be careful. And now, that compact, the Liberia qualified to receive a compact based on certain things, but with the new administration in power in America, and has already put a freeze on any kind of support, any kind of foreign aid, it affects the compact too. So if they decide to give it, they'll be very technical in releasing the money. So I don't think President Boakai wants to be caught in an era where people are saying Liberia don't follow the rule of law. The Supreme Court, which is the bedrock about democracy, is the only guardrails to keep the executive and the legislature in check. Okay, in any country, you see what happened in America. You are otherwise in America. You see what happened in America today. Because Democrats is not in power. They're not in control of the Senate, the House, the Supreme Court, the White House. The only person, the only branch that's keeping the Republican in check and Trump is the judiciary. You have seen when there's several executive orders he have taken, they have been blocked by judges. So to disrespect the Supreme Court of a country, so to speak, Liberia, it will be very troubling. But let's hear from Grace.
Well, if I don't know how to think about this, I have no hope in it at all. With everything that be going on, I just have no hope with the decision that will come out of this. Because this thing has been dragged so long, and especially when it comes to the judiciary part, the government of Liberia, there's public trust. The people don't trust that particular branch for some reason. There's all the findings and the Supreme Court came up with the ultravirus, and they couldn't define it. They don't want they came and define it. So all the delays behind this, there should be check and balance in the different branches of government. For us to start to think now in our minds that maybe the president rather controlling all the branches, that he's a kind of king, it's absurd. How is it in this day and age until today? It's been so many months that are passing by that are lacking a lot of stuff behind with a lot of stuff. And still yet, they cannot come to a conclusion on this thing. We just heard the other day, Tomalin, you had a breaking news that the people were trying to, the parliament of Ghana came through and they told them to make, peace and settle this whole matter. They were going to settle it. And before we look again, things changed course. Now they're saying this is the next step they're going through. It means that there's a control in the back of the Supreme Court. I want to believe that that's the reason why they still cannot come out yet to just make a decision that this is wrong and this is right. This is the law. This is what proof it and this what we see in it. It's taking too long. So is somebody controlling from the back? Is the Supreme Court being compromised? That's the question I need to ask. So I have no trust in this particular thing, the efforts that they're trying to put. I think they are demeaning the people, the rule of law caucus, the people in the minority bloc, by continuously suspending the lawmakers and taking away their pay. I don't think it's right. It shows that this is a military government in this aspect, and they need to get on course, or else the international community watching them, and they're going to be taken away from a lot of stuff. Now, Liberia is on a ban, although other countries in the orange and in the red, or Liberia is in the yellow. So they don't come because the people look at all these things. So that's what we are saying, and we just want to go for the country. It's not hard to do the right thing. They're too freaking corrupt and into themselves. That's why they cannot choose to do the right thing for the country. Then when you say it, people say, "Oh no, you're talking this and that." It's not right for them to be continue doing that. Some of these things are just black or white. It has no gray area. Do your freaking jobs.
Okay, Pewee, let me ask you, but Pewee, why you responding to that? The Supreme Court, the citation to the both sides. I want you to weigh in also about because there have been a lot of confusion about yesterday about this issue about the U.S. government suspending visa to countries, but there were clarification made by the State Department, but maybe you have, I'm sure, because I'm sure you have done some work on it this morning. But share with us your thoughts about this Supreme Court March 26 citation to the both sides.
Report. Okay. Thank you, Georgie. But I think the Supreme Court, again, the Constitution of our country is clear. They give the Supreme Court certain powers, and we that subscribe to the Constitution, because the Constitution is the gospel, is the basis by which the government is set up. And we do adhere to the process about subscribe to the belief of Article 3 of our country, and believing and allowing Article 65 and 67 of the Constitutions to operate. So, and I do respect the Supreme Court. There have been times that I disagree personally. There have been some ruling that the Supreme Court came up with before in our country, and I personally, at the time, very active with the neo-progressive movement. We did countless of releases and all of things, disagreeing with the Supreme Court, but meanwhile respecting their decision. So as a constitutionalist and one that is that always adhere to the rule of law, I'm very key on this. Though I was a little disappointed in the Supreme Court why they didn't do this in the first process, and it is clear in terms of trying to observe the separation of power. The courts will always want to try to distance herself from not seeing herself to be interfering with that of the branches own responsibility. That another form they would say that is tantamount to usurpation of function. They didn't want to believe that someone was trying to usurp the function of the court. But now, what is coming up on the 26th of this month? It is going to be a litmus test towards the democracy, the litmus test towards a major process about democratizing the mindset of Liberians believing in the law. Right, the Supreme Court itself will have to participate in that democracy. So, what we expect from them, and this time around, there's not going to be ambiguous in terms of that. The line of the Supreme Court interpretation will have to be absolutely and crystal clear, because this time is the process of information. They will have to interpret this issue. So I will hope that the Supreme Court will be definitive this time around, and we will come to some level of finality in this matter. It is clear, and it's abundantly clear. The current speaker, how they call it, renegade speaker, the man that is referred to as a speaker, is someone that I respect and I know very well, right? But my level of respect have somehow evaporated for him because he found himself in this kind of a cloud. To allow yourself to be used as a stooge, as a puppet boy. Lucky to be said, the puppet boys are those dangerous elements that we have to be very mindful of. If you allow yourself to be used as a puppet boy, you set yourself the stage of doing a lot of damage towards a structural process. So I will hope the Supreme Court will try to send a particular message to those to the puppet and his puppet masters, because the message is going to go forward. It have to go to the puppet and that of the puppet master, because if you deal with the puppet master, what you do in effect is that you have decapitated the puppet, and that's kind of the appropriate way to handle this kind of a thing. So I will hope moving forward that the Supreme Court will set the stage and just say to us, the rule of law is still our country. And that's why we chose in 2005. We said we're going to abandon the civil crisis, those terrible things, the carnage that unfolded in the country. We said we'll denounce them. And the best way to move now is to come to respect the rule of law. We embrace democracy. We embrace the process of going back to the ballot and rejected the bullet. So the Supreme Court will come and remind Liberians that, and the people, and those so-called leaders, that Liberians ever since denounced the bullet and they want to concentrate on the ballot. But that we should allow democracy to flourish. And for democracy to flourish, Tomalin, there have to be the element of democracy should be respected. It's a sine qua non towards upholding the process of where we want to go to. So I'm not very worried that the Supreme Court will betray the trust of the Liberian people. I believe this time around, aspect the synopsis given at the time to the solicitor, I don't know how to call it, he deliberately did it, but as one of the justices said, the process will be clear as per his interpretation. So I believe clearly that that this whole issue about what will unfold on the 26th or whatsoever, the Supreme Court will speak directly to the Liberian people and will protect the democracy of our country. And that's the intent of the court. The court is there to interpret, and those interpretations to reserve and protect the sanity of our democracy. And something I'm believing that we're going to come through. It's not about a particular individual or group of individuals. It's about protecting the structure of the states. And I believe the structure of the state is still sound and relatively very well sound. And we need to protect those elements that buffer the structure of the states.
Especially so with the Chief Justice, she gave her her farewell address at the March opening of the Supreme Court. She'll be retiring in June next year, so President Garguah will have the opportunity to appoint another Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. So
absolutely.
So with that in mind, she will be fearless because she has nothing to lose. She's going. She's on her way out. So she will not hesitate to come up because her legacy she's trying to. There's a legacy case though. It's a legacy case, and you want to leave on the books for history for our generation to come and say, well, on this day when they try to remove a speaker, Supreme Court intervened. This is what happened. What was the final outcome of this that brought this case to a logical conclusion? But
yeah, I have a lot of respect for Senayo though. I think she's a very good judge. Let's see what happens.
She is. Before now. No. She is one of those. On a serious note. Before now. No. She's a very. No, she's one of those female lawyers. She's one of the female judges rather that protected and fought against the rapists. She particularly headed the criminal code E. She dealt with most of those dangerous rapists sent out to jail. I can recall I witnessed one of the process. She described one of those dangerous rapists. She said they were dangerous element that had no room to society. Right, the guy is also she played a major role in the court system. Trust me, Senayo is one person that is respected, and I wouldn't be surprised if the president were to catapult her as the Chief Justice while she's the newest person on board. I don't know if the president will go by this adjustment of the precedent process, but she's one of the very experienced justices on the Supreme Court branch.
Tomalin, what you were saying, my phone was going on.
I said you want to win high esteem, but I said the one trip tomorrow, then you not someone saw home.
Yeah,
But
somebody I was
what
talking about
does it
Sergeant
mean?
Clinton Johnson. Now Sergeant you.
If you trip, I'm supposed to tell you.
No, no.
When you do
I
that,
said,
I stay with you. When
I
you
said you
trip,
praising the
I'm
woman
supposed
when
to
the
tell
woman
you that
sleep
day.
tomorrow.
I was still talking like you saw that they hold me.
Yeah, too many. I was trying to talk. I was not saying Sergeant yo. Sorry, I said yo. It's Sergeant Clinton Johnson.
Oh yeah,
Sergeant Clinton
I've heard
Johnson.
that.
Yeah, you said yo.
I
Yeah,
heard
it's
she's
Clinton.
there.
Yeah. I said yo. So she's she's
They're both of
she was
them.
the former. Yeah, Sergeant Clinton Johnson. She's the darling wife of the former Justice Minister Attorney General Kehleboe Johnson. So
Kehleboe Johnson.
yes, the former Labla Kehleboe Johnson, the Justice Minister during the reign of former President Charles Gange Taylor.
Your favorite president.
I
say your favorite president.
People can say I'm a stepper.
When he left with you today, you won't tell her to come back and like brother be president too, but
No, I believe the reason I
he will
believe
stay where he is.
beyond him being charismatic, he's a straightforward person. He's brave. And I love
He's
brave.
a rascal man.
I love brave leader. Now I'm not rascal, so I don't follow rascal people.
But he is
right?
rascal.
No, he's not a rascal man. He's a straightforward man.
How can you? So why you over there? Let's get the progress. Let me make my point.
Yeah, you know, yeah, let that man. I know. Don't go there. Too many know. You like the former warlord, Tomalin Nimle Yaya, but you don't like Taylor. That's a contradiction.
Listen here. Let me say this to you. Someone Nimle Yaya came to Liberia to bring peace. He didn't have
No.
to destroy
But
the
you're Kenya people. But go back, my brother. We'll talk. We'll dream the other on the other.
We're gonna have this conversation. I'm prepared any day, anytime. I was a spokesperson for him, so I'm prepared any day, anytime to have that conversation.
You defend a warlord, but other people talk. You see that problem?
Yeah, you see, it's a contradiction.
So first of all,
everybody defend their own warlord. That's why
hold on. I'm on a national radio, and I want to make this.
But you defend.
Hold on now. Hold on.
When you're a warlord, you want to defend it.
Can you allow me to get there one thing?
You don't bring that topic in. We're not talking about.
everybody defend their own warlord.
No, forget about warlord, not warlord.
You train job at the member for Taylor Bennett, but
yeah, said now. Yeah, said listen now.
That make progress. Where you want to bring that topic?
But you want me to talk?
Because you brought that topic in. You brought the topic in. The man hear you back.
Okay, I brought a topic in. Fine. I'm not afraid to have this conversation.
Yeah, but enough for today. Enough for today. When we're talking about the warlord,
all right, no problem. You can have the last word today, but I'm still here.
Well, one thing we'll talk about the warlord, then it will be a very
because you look at a man who did not participate.
Too many quickly.
All the way to 2022. That's the man you're talking about.
Granted, quickly. Yeah, here's the man that came out and said all those things. The man, in New York doing your own thing. Listen. Let me progress because that's why you are accusing other lawmaker when they came on the show. Oh, why are sudden there? The hospital in Grand Gila in Israel got only 25,000. Shame on your lawmaker. Shame on your senator. Shame on Tomalin Yaya that he sat there to put up on you attacking other lawmakers.
Okay,
let me progress. Guys, I will say this. At the end of the show, I will tell you this. The closing argument. Look, I want to appreciate every one of you guys because based on what you guys have been doing over the course of last year, for the last couple of months, people watching this show, somebody said, "Look, I see you guys need a lot of help." So. And it's so good the help. The person say I'm anonymous. So it's good enough from the government, from opposition. That made me so happy. That happy because some government give you say when I want to talk about it, think twice. Or opposition, you think twice. We got a gift today from someone. Anonymous person give a gift today, the closing argument that will help our work so much. We'll put a gift up before the show ends. I was so happy today when I got that call, and I'm so happy for that. Hope is because it was all of us. And our platform being considered to say, well, like I give you an example, right? We had an issue yesterday with the MPA, but it was settled today, right? The MPA, they had a press conference, media engagement. They left us out, so we raised the issue. Why are you leaving us out? They took the MD himself to say, oh no, I will handle that issue. They intervened, and they called today and said, look, it was an oversight. It won't happen again. It was settled. And I will tell you the truth. I will implemental in making sure that team will resolve. I will credit to, but it was good. So we all, I told myself, we're fine. We're all moving. They're moved now. Fine.
I would know.
You guys expose me on the show. I don't have to the post. I'm working nowhere. You guys expose me.
Abu,
So,
no cussing.
but the idea,
Abu, you went to the port. Why you hiding there?
The idea, Abu, that thing was getting out of hand. How you not? You see, it's good that everybody got involved because we were mad that you can't leave us out of media engagement or press conference. Right? And recognize us. So I mean, that was good. How you handle it?
Yeah, they let the hand pick. You know, most of the
But
people, most of the people in
I
government, whether elected or appointed, when you try to criticize them, they get combative, they get arrogant, and say things about your political party or your country or origin or other different.
Okay.
Once you're in public space, you need to conduct yourself in the manner in which, whether or not somebody is for or against you, you are a public servant and you should be very have the temperament to deal with public issues. If you don't have that temperament, then you don't have to be in public space. Yeah.
Abu, the poor attacking you still. Anyway.
So I want to make my point on the Supreme Court.
No, I come in quickly, right? Mama, I come in quickly. When you're talking, you might put it there. I beg you. That would just make when you're attacking. But guys, quickly, right? Well, we know we're on time now because Mr. Gamer got the time. Keep on. He keep it time now. So the Gamer is how many minutes? Everybody got 2 minutes to talk, right?
2 minutes, that's it.
2 minutes talk. Okay. Now, quickly, the NEC today they submitted the list of provisional list.
2 minutes.
Oh no, he good with time.
The provisional list of those who contested the Nima County by-election, and the name of those was submitted today. We are trying to get in touch with these people so that we can have an open debate. Who I want to take part will take part. Who you want to take part, we're not going to force you. But Jada, when you're having those debates, if for a political party, we can't let you can take part because you'll be biased. So I reason why I'm a teen. I don't remember no party.
Mr. George, can you move your chair, adjust your chair a little bit?
Yeah,
there
you
go.
Good.
I don't remember no party. So that was once I on the show, I can be more party. Yeah, I'll decide my political affiliation 2028 or 2029. But right now, I'm strictly for the Liberian people. So we have for the independent candidate, we have T. Wanake Tobo Fangalo. For the Citizen Movement for Change, CMC, we have Mark B. Blainwan. We have independent candidate, Edith Lalu Gongloe. For the African Democratic Movement, another party, African Democratic Movement, we have George Pagerson Gombu.
African Democratic Movement.
Okay, for the Movement for Democratic and Reconstruction, MDR, we have Samuel Gongban Koga. For the Vision for Liberia Transformation, vote. We have Richard Matoneke Tingba. For independent candidate, we have Garrison Dode Yellow Jr. I think this person is perfect key. For the independent candidate, we have Justin Opa Yezian. That perfect key, right?
Yeah, that perfect key. First name is Justin. Yeah, I think.
Justin Opa Yezian. Now, I don't know.
Is it Justin Mani?
But so, Grace, when I talk as a woman politics now, so perfect key, I come for the debate. You gotta set the man on the platform because the man a debate. Yeah,
but you already telling us here when we for political party we can be participating. You banning us
because you'll be biased, right? Am I lying? You're telling me.
It doesn't matter.
No, we should be able to have the conversation here.
No. It will independence,
we'll have discussion, Grace. We'll have discussion because we'll have all that decision. I want one person to take it. Everybody be involved. Yeah, but these are the candidates, right?
Yeah, but I will stand my ground and say if Papaki coming on, I will not be able to come on. The only way I will be able to come on, don't get me wrong, I love Papaki as a brother, but the only way I will come on, Papaki need to apologize to the Liberian women for the level of insult
Well,
that he never when
you
you
appear
running for a
focus on
senator,
your
you have
beat.
to be the bigger person. He has to apologize to Liberian women on air that everything he has said about Liberian women, I was not affected directly. He has not insulted me, but I'm standing for other women. Everything
I
that
thank
he
you
has
for
said
that.
against Liberian women, he should apologize. Say he's running for senator now. He should apologize to the Liberian women,
He
and so we
needs
can
to,
move
man. That
on.
guy is
Until he
mouth
does
is
that, I
just
cannot
so.
sit down on the platform with him.
Okay, but you know, politics that come with all kind of stuff, you know. But again, and you know, like I was trying to educate somebody.
That kind of level is too much.
Well, let me finish now. I was trying to educate somebody the other day about democracy. The person told me say, so the one you're elected in America, like what? You want I shut up. Yeah, move on. But let's hear from you, Mr. Gilman, about these candidates. The 2 minute mark, in 2 minutes. Tell us about these candidates and what your take on them.
Well, my time starts.
Yeah.
I mean, Nima is blessed to have all the quality candidates. And like I said the last time, when Musa Belete came on this show and other shows and said that we should basically vacate our mindset of Unity Party, CDC, True Party. We should look at new people within the space or spaces of politics in Liberia. And he said, if you are open-minded and you look at this young man they call Mark Blewan, you will be convinced that he is prepared and ready to lead. So I really like that concept. Now, you know where I've been with Edith and everybody else. Absolutely, Koga, to me, based on his utterances and things he have said, he falls in the same category as Prophet Key. They are anti-women. They have no respect for women and our tradition. They try to circumvent our law to fit their own. They will bend the traditional rules to bend their way. So I think the Nimbayans are blessed to have this many quality folks, but I think I am still willing to listen to Mr. Blue. I guess he came on the show. I wasn't here, but I would like for you to invite all of these folks one at a time, if possible, as many as you can, so we can debate the issues and understand where they stand on these particular issues. Thank you.
Chris.
Well, thank you. I'm very happy, that this is going to start and ends on April 22nd, so Nima can finally have a senator in place. I also agree with Mr. Gayman when it comes to leadership. I think it is time now for the younger people to step into the stage. We tired with hearing the same old names, and most of them has already not done anything. I will refer that to Koka, hopefully because he's been there for 13 years. And Nima Kante, under his watch, especially his district, remain the same. Honorable Musa Belete had to carry development to his district 5. So it's a shame. How can that kind of man even stand up to say he wants to represent Nima at this point in time? I think it's a waste of money and waste of time when he being in the race, because when he leaves, when he gets all of that representation, they have to have another by-election for that. So it's a waste of that money. We don't have that kind of money to waste behind people. I would say I look at Blinwian the most. The reason is that he is a visionary person. He's been in a inspector general position for 5 years. He has done a lot in that aspect. He interacted with the people. He's on the ground. He's doing the day-to-day work. You cannot have people who doing the day-to-day work, interacting with the people, know the ins and outs of Nima County, know what the people really need, and then you just take other people who really don't know anything about the county that much, although they from that county, but his interaction with the county is more than any one of them. He has some education under his belt. I heard that he has management and also economics under his belt. He's a visionary. He's a champion advocate for the people, because he has advocated the most for the people, the villagers, and the how they call it, the head of the village and the chiefs to get paid, because some of them on payroll, government payroll. He made sure they get their pay on time. So those things that he helped he also helped the football team in the country, in the county. There's a place in his house that they resign is for them. So those kind of things, we need people who doing it. When we tired to get vote, then you promise, or this time we want when you promise us, then before we get you vote. That's what we are. So I will choose my opinion any day. Even when you wake me off my seat again, who in my country I said my opinion? I will just thank you.
Grace, how long have you been knowing this guy?
I
don't have to know him. I did my research on him, so I don't have to know him.
That's a question. I want to know.
Remember?
Great questions.
Yeah, I got people in Nima County. I spent all my vacations in Nima County in Yekepa for almost 7 years of my life. And if you myself, ask them, they will tell you. So I did my research on Mike Myean, and people told me about him. I also went and did research on him, on the internet and stuff like that. Everything I see about him.
Jeremiah couldn't board there.
You have to know the person. You don't have to know the person personally to vote for them. That's the problem. Like when people have about the country sinking, I don't have to know you. Once I see you have done the good work, you look at me and you think I qualify. You put me into the hospital like me. I have done a lot of working like people don't know. But how would they know? I'm not talking about it. But Google me and Google my name, and you will see it come out. Like I said, Holy Foundation, I have done a lot. I have a whole dormitory in our country for girls who were raped. Do you know that? No. You have to research that to know. So these are the things we're talking here. I don't know him personally, but I studied his work, and I think he's the best person. He's 40-something years old. He will kick the ground running. You don't have to be carrying, any load behind because he already can do the job. Thank you.
Okay, Grace Aroke Guar. Okay, let's hear from Anthony Gay.
Thank you, Tomalin, for this opportunity. I just want to speak to the hearts and minds of Nimbians and Liberian at large. There is an act that was passed that the Liberian legislature has to represent the country, where in 30%, at least 30% of it's supposed to be women. Not just any kind of woman because of gender sake, but competent individuals who will undertake the work with executive leadership ability to take the country to the next level. Nima County has 11 elected seats, none of which is currently occupied by a female. We have competent female in the counties, well-educated, well-mannered, very decent human beings, but they have been deprived of that opportunity. We need to balance the equation here. We need to balance the equation in the House of Representatives and in the House of the Senate. We need to balance the equation in our government settings. And we have a lady who have been battle tested, ready to hit the ground running in Kehleboe Gongloe Ward. She have contested for the senatorial seat before in 2020 and got her up to 38,000 votes. She has served the county as a superintendent at that level. She understands the intricacy of the county. She cuts across aisle. She's a very down-to-earth person. She comes with both, the personality of the position of the senator, both on the local and international level. She will represent the people of Nima County with distinction. And that's the candidate I support. That's the individual I want the people to look at. It's good, for everyone to support their side. But one good thing it is for Liberia to put the best person on the ticket or on that seat at that manner. Thank you for the time. Thank you, Mr. Gamer, for reminding me.
Abu Kamara.
Yeah, greetings.
The S stand for salute. Salute, Kamara.
I got Mr. Gamer. The S stand for salute. Mama, how you doing? Say great. How are you? We did not see you yesterday on the show. Who's seeing you though? Great to manage us.
You are
yeah, but
yesterday on the show. You see me?
Oh, I just kidding, man.
Your time going.
Yeah, so obviously, man, Tomalin, it will be Samuel Koga, the indefatigable Koga. You need a legislature who is, sophisticated, that know the understanding of the legislature.
Sophisticated?
Yes. The man is a flow fighter. In order to convince your fellow lawmakers or your fellow senators you have to be a full fighter as a legislator. And given his track record ranging from 2011 up to date, this man has been not just a Bobo lawmaker. So I think the people should judge him for what he has done and then give him a chance to lead the people. Samuel Koga is one of the lawmakers on Capitol Hill who has not just seek the interest of the people, but the interest of the Liberian people. So I will urge all the Malians to go to the pool on the 22nd of April to cast a ballot in favor of Samuel Koga. He is a venerated leader. He has all it takes to seek the interest of the people of Nimba. He has the pedigree, unlike other candidates who are, attacking him, discussing as to how he, did not settle what he indebted to a woman. So Samuel Koga is the best.
Well, I mean, we
Samuel
look forward
Koga does
April
not respect the
22nd.
rule of law.
April 22nd
Election.
April 22nd election. We look
But I
forward
didn't
to it.
interrupt you.
And the good thing about it, we're reaching out to all of these people that the NEC have cleared. So hopefully, well, we'll decide if they agree to come here. But the only problem we have, because when they come in, if they all come in, depending on how many person will come. But I think we only take a 10 person on stage. So if they all come in, then we just switch questions just like that to see people engage them, because we will have them on the big stage to where we can ask all of them questions. Except where we're doing it live, our guys in Liberia doing it live. They're standing up on stage and we're questioning them from here. Okay, I think we can do that. Yeah, our guys can be there. They all stand on stage and we questioning them from here, and they responding on the same stage. We'll work out something like that. But it'll be an interesting election. So that wait for here and see what happens. But so everybody respect their side, support your side, defend your side. And I can imagine if Grace were on the ground. What Grace is so vigorous in defending her candidate. If you're on the ground.
Yeah.
Tomalin,
You don't want to see me Jeremiah Combe
on the ground would be a whole different shenanigans. If I'm on the ground, I will tell you today, if I was on the ground, I will give you the senator today. Mark Blinwa going to be the senator or Nima can meet Grace if I was on that ground. I just not on the ground, but I will put. I don't look. We have to be real with ourselves.
I mean, like
we tired of monkey web papun drop thing. The people who on the ground where they're doing the work, they the ones supposed to be in a position to carry the country forward. We tired with that monkey web papun drop. Mark has done it. Look, if Mark doesn't even Mark will win this election. But just in case he doesn't, he has
she's not too sure when she's there. So get on the fly and go on the ground.
Anthony, you need to wait. I tell you, I said Mark will win. But I just say is that even if he doesn't win, he has a bright political future because he genuinely loves his country. That's why he worked so hard in Nima country for his people. We tired with them monkey where Babu Jordan Kogan in a BB car and passing around. Margin at the hands on people what will go to the village. The last time the ball went to one village in one of the city. The people came from in the village on the road to meet him. The group of people came running because they already know his need, they know what he can do, and they know all of that. So let's just put where right belong.
Do you agree with everything that Jeremiah Combe does?
To change my people, you just want to always just be doing it over and over and expecting different results. Y'all come on now. We need to
do you agree with Jeremiah Combe? Mark have to elect Jeremiah Combe.
What do you mean by do I agree? So because he elected Jeremiah Combe, so he doesn't fit to do is that his right?
I didn't say that. I didn't say don't put words in your mouth.
Because the person you support.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. You're very good at putting words in people, but the other day you said I was condescending to Mark again when I said he worked with this person.
Let's just be clear. So don't try to bring that.
No. I just asked you a simple question. You respond to the question. That's fine.
Simple question. You want
no. The question is, do you agree with Jeremiah Combe? It goes to a decision making that he saw on Jeremiah Combe, and we're seeing Jeremiah Combe performance.
Do you agree with Garguah? The last time I checked, you
I never supported George. I never
exactly the candidate you support.
Never once supported George Weah politically. I'm a fan of George Weah when it comes to soccer because George Weah signed my number 14 jersey. The Weah number 14 jersey, he signed the AC Milan jersey. I'm a fan when it comes to football for George Weah. Number one fan.
You
Anthony,
asked a question.
Anthony, between we are and President Baga, who will you choose? There will be an election today.
Election?
Yeah,
After
there will be
what
an
I
election.
saw from Bwaka after that 1 year, I rather we are.
You are we are?
Yes, after this 1 year.
I transfer aggression, ANC force.
No, it's not transfer aggression.
You ask the man a question, answer, then you say,
The man has said, so Abu, the man has said, you won't say no aggression, right?
No.
Look at what he's giving us. Look at what he has given us over a year. Look at what he has given us over a year.
Anthony,
are you proud of what you're seeing with Bwaka deliberation now?
Listen, my man. Anthony, listen.
Look, the Canadian support represent the future. I know you're young.
Anthony.
The Canadian support represent the future.
But you jump away from that candidate now. That's what money by is a bright candidate. You ran away from me already.
Anthony, support represent.
Anthony,
I support my political party because the political leader represent the future. We have elected 34 years, so you know that? You know that? He represents the future. You be
you left Monumba already now. You dashed Monumba down. You just dashed Monumba. You just dashed Monumba like that?
People evolve. So when people evolve,
also Monumba doesn't have the vision. Monumba is not young. Monumba is younger than Musa Kennedy.
Anthony,
Let's more crossfire now. Crossfire a little bit.
Okay, hold on. I need to educate Sis Grace on this show.
You can tell not educate me.
No, I can educate you because you're getting something wrong here. No, hold on. No, hold on. You got to be school a little bit here. No, hold on.
You
take
can
hit the brakes.
I will open your mouth to say that.
Hit the brakes.
Educate me.
Hit the brakes. Yeah, people do learn. People do learn. People do learn. Listen. Slow down.
Change your statement. You can
no,
never
I have to educate you.
No, you can never educate me because you.
Why you mean I can never educate you?
Me. You support an individual because you worship them because your loyalty is to a man.
Worship?
Your loyalty is to a country.
Do you know the difference of respect and worship?
That's what makes you and me different.
Okay,
so
okay, all right.
You
have your moment, I'll have my moment.
You loyal to a fort. So even if the person kills somebody, you loyal to them. You need to be in the court. So me and you very different. So you cannot educate me. That's your business. Not in education.
Can I have a moment now?
In school, sir, you can't make it, but dear.
You don't even know what I know. You see, no.
Okay, one at a time now. One at a time. Okay, one at a time.
I will never talk. Okay, you have had a moment, right? You have had a moment. So let me help you here so you can understand the difference. Because no, you have had a moment. You can speak.
This is not a movement for you, for you.
Anthony, you're being very honest the argument to compare we are and that of President Bwaka.
I have not had my moment.
Are you an honest person?
And most of y'all Liberian people, you don't like the truth. That's why
forget about Liberian people. Talk to me. Talk to me. Forget about Liberian. You are speaking to me.
Bwaka president.
Okay, you're
but it's my time to stop that.
It's my
time to stop. I can change anytime I want. I'm not like you. You watch it.
Okay,
guys, let me progress.
Anthony, I asked you a question. That's what I mean.
Please, Abu, just do me a favor, Abu.
Abu, educate.
Just hold on. Sis Grace, you have had your moment. It's my turn to speak. It's my turn. It is my turn. You ought to know your diction. Let me say this to you. Let me say this to you today. Learn this. You ought to know your diction in order to utter words. To suggest that
okay, guys, we thought I want to have Sunday firework, but you don't have it. So
rude? Why you call rude again? I say you ought to know your diction. You call her rudeness?
You don't move on now.
How do you say I watch your comments?
Guys, y'all move on. Y'all move on.
I'm 45 years old.
Can you mute some of these folks?
Yeah, guys, you don't move on, guys. You don't move on.
No, but you know,
Okay, you're not move
No,
on.
she comes here all the time and talk down.
We need to move on because they go on. We need to move on.
No, but first of all, you don't have the temperament to be in the
Anthony,
public
you're not move on.
space.
You're actually the topic.
You don't have the
Okay, I say,
temperament
guys.
to be in the public space.
Hey, Anthony.
When you cry,
Yeah, you're move on. You're move on. Yeah, move on.
But you have to have the temperament to be in the public space.
Anthony, yeah, move on. Don't leave it.
I am not
Grace,
a
you gotta
worshiper
move
of Cummings. I am a respecter.
Okay, look.
I don't worship
Guys,
him. I
you gotta move on,
respect
please.
him.
You gotta move on.
I worship only
Gotta
one
move on.
person, but
It's
that's
a,
it.
Anthony Gay.
But you don't want to bring the topic. You don't want to.
I didn't say nothing wrong.
Okay, guys, I'm gonna be there. You're move on.
Anthony Gay, why you pursuing this?
Yeah, move on. You're move on.
Abu has a rebuttal for you, Mr. Gay.
Okay. Two ranking members of the Liberian Senate have expressed the disappointment.
No, but I mean to my reporter and to my
No.
Mama, lead us up there. We gotta build progress here.
I won't forget a way.
What's that about worshiper of Cummings? Can you
Y'all leave it
imagine
now.
that?
Come on now, Anthony Gay.
Y'all leave it. Let me move on now.
Okay, you get dashed, but all of a sudden.
Two ranking members.
Anthony,
Guys,
Mr. Gay.
You will come for your dash responsibility. You need to be brought to book.
You worship a man.
Guys, y'all move on. I want to meet y'all. Y'all move on. Okay, y'all move on.
Yeah, you tell like
Two
you're
ranking members.
right?
Two ranking members of the
I
Liberian
have
Senate.
been in one.
Wait,
Listen,
guys,
Anthony,
It is not a pride.
Two ranking members of the Liberian Senate have expressed their disappointment in appointed government officials who are riding vehicles worth $45,000. Senator Dillon and Snow, I want you to weigh, Senator Dillon and Snow said it is frustrating and disappointing to continually see those officials going against the very laws they also guide. Senator Dillon named cabinet ministers, including heads of various agencies, that are using vehicles above $45,000, which are against the budget laws. Okay, Senator Snow, for his part, threatened to resign. This is his seat. Once findings showed that the Minister of Public Works vehicle worth only $45,000. He questioned why would only lawmakers be targeted by public over the purchase of vehicles above the actual amount, disregarding appointed officials who are riding over $50,000 vehicles. Okay, they said it. They expressed it today. At the same time, Senator Snow has called over the prolonged suspension of the entire board of the Liberian Commissioner of LTA by President Bweka. Snow said the suspension of the entire LTA board in April 2024 was prompted by concern involving alleged questionable nature of certain financial transactions, as said in a status report on LTA. So now, Snow and Dillon is saying that they are concerned about the budget law says that you can only ride card at not more than $45,000, but they say ministers are riding card that cost more than $45,000, more than $50,000, and they are concerned about it. They raise an issue about it, and also say that President Bweka suspended the entire LTA board last year, April. It's been more than almost a year now since suspended the LTA board because of financial issues. So I want for you guys to weigh in about these issues they're raising: the prolonged suspension of the LTA board, and also the class issue.
Let me go first.
Okay, we'll start with you. But yeah, so where you start with you? Give on, yeah, go ahead. Let me start.
Senator Dillon and I, we are supporters of the government, and the Unity Party actually cherish the role he played during the elections, and even up to date, though he being critical of government officials in the executive. So, as a legislator who is representing the people, the legislative branch being the first branch of government, and the voice of the people should be the one holding the executive accountable. But in order to do that, like people would normally say those that come with equity should come with clean hands. Senator Snow is contemplating on resigning because he's charging somebody using 60,000 car. He owns a car more than 60,000. The level of Joseph. Have you seen those senators' car? You been here, Tomalin, you been to the Capital Bay. They're using car more than $60,000, $70,000. So let him Senator Snow start riding for the 5,000 car or below for the 5,000 car, then we'll take it serious. The man riding more than 60, 70,000 out of car. Then you questioning somebody in the executive, and you should be the one setting an example. If you set an example, people will emulate the good example that you're setting. But you're not setting that, then you're questioning somebody. But quickly to the LTA stuff. I think the last time I checked, the current acting chair of the commissioner did read the office of the president. I don't know the start of that communication. So until I didn't know I can know the start of it, I will give my time to the next person.
Yeah, when next person come in, let me just say this though. For the LTA, you cannot have people being suspended for more than 1 year and they're all acting. I don't think it's fair to the country though. I think by now it should be before the Senate for confirmation. That's why the senators are raising this issue. You suspend people for financial malpractices. You definitely supposed to have now conclude that case. But the good thing about it too, I communicated to the LDCC boss, Councilor Zoe, and she will be giving an update on these cases perhaps this week. So I will have once I get that update, I will share with the group so we can know the update on all these cases that's pending. But it has been, I think the last time I spoke to her, she said they were wrapping on these cases. But the issue raised by these senators, I think, is genuine. You cannot have people suspended for. I mean, you can't suspend me for more than 1 year. We'll all pay, and I should still be around. I think it won't be fair, you know. So, and then lastly, the issue of the car issue. I talked to one of the senators. One of the senators, I said, "But why are you riding?" He said, "They were the answer they gave me though." Okay, he said, every 3 years they get them 45,000 for car, right? So, but what someone can do? They keep their money, and then they find money and add it on the money and buy cars that cost 80,000, 100,000.
But it would be the same argument when the guys when they say,
I don't know, but let me hear from Anthony, Mr. Gilman, and Grace on this issue about what I just raised. Ain't got a time, Mr. Gilman?
Yeah.
You meet there, Anthony, you meet there.
So
Anthony,
Mr. Gilman, and Grace. Okay.
Oh, I think he said you muted him from the back.
Well, go ahead, Gilman.
Oh, okay. Well, you see, when you listen to the statement itself, they are not advocating for the poor people. They are only saying this because they say, why you want to limit us? And then you got right in that. So you see, this is the hypocrisy I'm talking about. And you're going to advocate for the people, advocate for them, say, this is the law, and I think it should apply. But you say, they're limiting us. The senators from riding, anything more than 45,000, and they are riding more. So this one seems to be like, if they were also riding the $75,000 car, they wouldn't have said anything. So what they are saying now is let us buy our own car too, so the logic doesn't jive. But I think they have to, the lawmakers have to state to us if it's an executive order or a law within our own procurement agencies that says everybody across the board in government, because they are separate forms of government here. We are talking about separate branches of government. Does that procurement law apply to all government officials or only the executive, the legislative body? And if it's the legislative body, then they will have to now make the law across the board. Why are they complaining and not making the law? That's my point. Grace, your turn.
Yeah, you can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. So I wanted to speak directly to Tomalin first, but he's not here. I hope he's hearing me. You need to maybe vet people who come on the platforms. Because when you come on platforms like these, there's a way you address people that is right for you to address them. I will never come on this platform and tell somebody, let me educate you or let me, the way in which you will even present your case. We can disagree to agree. One thing about me, I will never accept disrespect. I'm a mother. First thing, I'm a wife. I will not allow anybody to talk down because maybe they're talking down the people at their homes. So for me, I will not take that. I wanted to say that. And I wanted to also clarify that I can be in another party and decide to lead that party and choose another party. The world goes around. It's been since 2023. You need to get the smell the coffee. I supported somebody in 2023 with my sweat, blood, and tears, and my money. Some of y'all, the kind of money we donated to party, you will never even have it to donate. So if I choose to lead that party, it's my prerogative. People evolve all the time. I'm not stuck one place. My vision and my agenda is to help to change Liberia. So if I see something as promising, as active, more than where I came from, I have the right to choose and go to that side. And because it's the right thing to do, if the country will be better in that way, I will do that. So you cannot hold me because I was I was not even in a party, to tell you the truth. I never joined Nano. I just supported an individual within a party. I was not even part of the party. But if I decide to change gear because I'm a sensible woman, I see something different and bigger that will help Liberia in the long run, I will change. You cannot use that to continue consistently sit on the platform and hold me to that. Now, if you want to hold me to that, we can go back and forth and argue it out. But you don't come and disrespect me and start to talk on me, educate you and this and that. And that's the reason why you couldn't win 2 elections in a row. Because the way you present yourself is so rude and condescending. And I will not allow on the platform. So I hope you'll be vetting people to come here because I'm not going to take disrespect on the platform else I can excuse myself. It's just the best thing to do. I don't have to do this. So I just wanted to say that. And I will give my time because my time is gone. I will not speak on the matter because it will be fair enough for everybody to have their 2 minutes. Thank you.
Anthony, ready to talk?
You're not
muted. Who muted the man? Let me see.
I think he muted from the back.
Who muted the man?
That Abu did.
No, man.
No, not me. Anthony can go and come back. It happened to me at times. Come back.
Who muted Anthony? Anthony, go.
And I'm going to tell you to show how
Anthony, go and come back. Go and come back. Let me see.
Yeah.
Go and come back.
I'll be the man. And I the host, I'll be the man.
I just kidding, man.
Yeah, man.
Well, I will find out who
I will not control.
I think maybe it's his phone.
Maybe, yeah, but let me see. I ain't come back and see. Okay. Let me see.
But since Grace, you can continue to talk now.
Anthony.
While
we're working on Anthony, you can address the issue now.
What was the issue again?
The $45,000 car. The legislative body saying it's not fair to them. The people in the executive riding expensive car and they're not riding, and it's not fair. Can you imagine that?
Yeah, but the thing is that why is it that they don't try to do the right thing so the people that work can gain trust in them that they're doing the right thing, which is not to ride the $45,000 car. And then once they're doing the right thing, they can put on the floor that, look, we're not riding the $45,000 car. We choose not to do it because of the Liberian people. The country is very poor. The people are suffering in the country. They need help. I just even heard a case on one of these shows that one girl took her baby to the ERWA hospital to get the baby up because she had nowhere to sleep and she got another child, so she couldn't take care of the 2 children. So she was that desperate. So how in this kind of time you would even want to ride a $45,000 car, knowing that the people have real issues, that people are already going through trauma in our country and suffering. You know, you say, oh yeah, it can happen in America. Yeah, but the people got safe houses here. There's a game and that Tomalin. They got houses you can just take your bed, you walk to, you say I don't know what to play, they take you to sandpaper, they give you somewhere to sleep. You can choose to stay there, or you can choose to get out and say I will leave. So we need them to focus on the bigger picture. It's not that because the Senate doing it, so it's right for the House to do it. The House can set an example, and then the Senate could follow the example. So that and that's why I air with the whole thing, because if we keep on going back and forth with the whole thing, all the other people around there, so we acting like kindergarten students here when it comes to leading the country. We need real leaders. We don't need, you know, a kindergarten student. That's the reason why I even pushing for Blingwan, because Blingwan is the future. He maybe when the people of the future get in there, they will do better, because these are people who supposed to know right from wrong, and they're still doing things wrong and comparing and themselves to the other people. Why, as they need to set an example for those people to follow, although they're in the House and the Senate is, you know, in a higher place, but still they can be the one to set the example for things to be changed in the country. And that's how I would say on what I have to say on this one. Thank you.
Y'all can hear me now?
Yeah,
All right, great. You know, Tomalin, I have to do this because we're on the show, I have to do this. I am 45 years old. I have a 23 years old son who's serving the U.S. Army right now. Just got promoted as a sergeant. I'm not a kid. If I call people sister and uncle this, it's just because of our Liberian setting, and we grew up this way of our African tradition. That's what we do it. That doesn't mean I am a kid. And I don't come here to brag or whatever. But for me to be taken as a disrespectful person, someone uncouth and condescending, that is not part of my character. I work with so many women in so many different organizations. That is not part of me. You can go do your background research about me. I don't do those things. When you come to politics, you got to understand it is a tough terrain. And no one wants to disrespect anyone. And that disrespect needs to be given to everybody else. You don't talk down on people in the same sentence and you claim you want respect. You can't do that. When I made the statement that, let me educate you on this, it was a specific instance that you said, I'm a worshiper of Cummings. And I wanted to tell you, no, I am not. It's like, let me inform you. We ought to know our diction here. And I don't come here to disrespect people. Mr. Gilman, you now share another platform on the focus on Liberia every Sunday. Not once have I disrespected anybody over there. I've shared other platforms. I don't disrespect people. And I work with a lot of great women here in the diaspora. I serve on the Grand Jury Association, a National Financial Secretary, and also Election Commissioner. Never disrespect people. I serve currently on a very integral committee right now for the ANC. Women are there. I don't disrespect people. Many a time people are insulted me on Facebook. You will never find me insulting anyone on Facebook, whether in my writing or in my responses to them. I challenge anyone on Facebook. If you find any of that, don't never ever bring me on any platform or don't respect me. So I want people to know that that is not my character. You cannot portray me when I'm still alive to defend myself. We come here to discuss national issue. If I say, oh, why you jump from one party to another, it's a fair question. It's a fair question. You have your explanation, and that's fine. You cannot talk me down as a way of making your statement. Remain professional from day 1 to day 100, whatever time God has on his own. My question should not take you out of character. Absolutely not. And I want people to know this about me. So I'm not a kid. I'm 45 years old and I have a 23 years old son in the U.S. military. Thank you. Okay.
Let's move on. Look, let me just say this. Politics, I'll tell everybody, we've been in politics from Liberia to the U.S. Like I always tell people the story about Ben Sanvee when he became Taylor Youth Advisor. It was 1998.
Yep.
We're at that conference. I was there. We went at that time. We were under the banner of Linsu. I was attending the AMU University at that time. We went there, and we went to that conference. And from there, we just been into it from the high school to college, and then into our own personal lives. It's been a long time. And honestly, I remember when we started this CDC in 2004. You know what my father told me? My late father, my whole family were against me. He said, Tomalin, what I was saying to school for? I said, what do you mean by that? To be father, go for being a footballer. I said, Papi, that your business on my politics business, man, Joe, we are bidding on top of it. Yeah. Whole family were against me. The whole family were against me. They were supporting, he was supporting UP, then you want to lab all Unity Party people, all that group. I say, I don't care. And I took it personal. Up to now, I don't know person in my family that no auntie, no family, my niece in Trenton, yeah, Bali she's a strong Joe supporter. She said, oh, you brought me in the party, then you say you independent now. I mean, before election, but that shows you we came a long way, and we told that look, they were tough on us. One place the people just attack you. I said, and Politics, let me tell you something. I beg you. A good that we're having a show. But you know politics? There's a guy who was serving president. We are government. The guy told me in Rhode Island. He made me right on the city hall step. He said, "You are idiot. You stupid." I said, "What do you mean?" So putting job here. I said, "Oh, 2004 now." The man insulted me. Said, "You are dumb. You stupid man. You got." He said, "You're an idiot." I explained, but you. I said, "Oh, for true, no problem." But guess what? Fast forward. We are appointed a man. I won't call the man. I won't call the position. We are getting a man one job, get a top job in the government. So we met I think we met somewhere in Liberia. I said, I said, but comrade.
Yeah, I'm after an idiot.
Politics. I said, man, because what he didn't know, we were at 12 house. Hey, he was like, he there to that here. Everybody, I said, comrade. He said, my man, election here, we got to win election here. I said, oh, man, I said, now. And the man had a good job. So I should have said that politics, I will tell people, you got to be very measured in what you say, because it comes back to haunt you. If you notice, when the people be putting on Facebook here about some the time we are last year and was Costa Ben all were dancing. I was saying when you put and you playing it, Tony they were dancing, I said, I don't care. That politics. They don't say, but to say our own live where you see me attacking, we are attacking Boyka, attacking Kwame or anybody, you can't find it that because I'm very careful. Because the white people can understand. Someone who are a politician, no, you are very religious people. I can go in any political environment, I can survive because what? I'm friends with people there who will laugh at it. But you won't say, oh, they may want to insult me, they may attack me. I won't do that. I'm very, very careful how I operate. That's why I'm free to go anywhere and be comfortable there. Because politics, it's a breeze streams bedfellows. At the end of the day, right now in 2025, right? 2020, who knew 2023 that Costa would be supporting Garguah? Who knew? Nobody knew. But before us, the Ben Sanvee, the Tomalin, everybody were on our end. Nobody knew. So I tell people, we have to be very, very careful how we operate in the political environment. Right now, 2029 coming, right? We know what will happen. But I can tell you, 2020, but before 2029 comes, nothing will happen. People that are not close today, they will fall apart. They will say, they're gonna eat. People that are eating today that on the other side will be on the other side tomorrow. So I can tell everybody, they calm down. We just started, they can just starting. We got 26, 27, 28 starting. Still got to go. I relax. Not right now. One thing inside right now. When it comes to that point, watch what happens. 2028, you see some of us now doing just one dress. Not taking some salad. Yeah, you know, you want to know what's up now. But right now,
but no more, right? People change their agenda.
Oh yeah,
absolutely.
People change. It's just about
you can get to a job at you.
Yeah, you know, because what else happening? It will get thick. It will be tension.
So Tomalin, are you saying Abu addressing now?
That we should respect one
another. No, Abu right now.
Abu, I heard you dressing towards the CDC.
Listen, man. I didn't say any derogatory word. Just took that word as a bad.
Abu ready to jump ship. You ready to jump ship? I heard you say you ready to jump ship.
Don't share where? Don't share where, huh?
Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Look at Joma.
Look at Joma, my second get along. You know how many things they've been said to me? I can still get along.
I was there for
CDC.
Okay. They meant the Abu Masa. We come a long way. Abu Masa who get it. Mangola bro. Abu Masa can visit. We lecture. We talk.
Exactly.
We argue. I can't convince Abu. We eat. We drink. Abu can drink.
Nobody can convince me, yes, sir.
Who told you Abu can drink?
Abu can drink.
You can't see him at all.
Right now, the man fasting right now.
Yeah.
Oh, you're fasting now. You can't. Yeah. But you can do it.
Abu can put a weed. What kind of
one week from now, because today marks 18 days, so 12 days from now will be done.
Oh, sorry. It's all right.
Abu know where you can put your hand, you know.
Great. But Abu, now Honorable Tomalin, George.
Yeah.
You know, when you are a lawmaker and you see something wrong in society, you think it would be the right thing to say, you know what, this is wrong. Let us now go ahead and legislate. Let's make it right. But instead, they are complaining that the world is not fair to them. The law is limited on their side to 45,000, and the executive is riding $100,000, $75,000 car. As the lawmaker, you think if they solve problem with that, they would have gone and say, you know what, we're going to make this across the board. We're going to pass a new law that anybody in government, executive or legislative or judiciary, we're going to be according to the same law, 45,000. But you can't complain. It makes no sense.
Look, Mr. Gibbon, what needs to happen in Liberia is that service vehicle need to be provided. Not vehicle for you to take home. It need to be service vehicle for government. If these lawmakers truly love the country and want to take Liberia out of the dungeon where we are today, then they need to stop taking $45,000 every 3 years. That is just too exorbitant to spend every 3 years. We don't have the resources. We can take that money. That money alone can be invested into agriculture and create a lot of jobs in production, in food processing, in so many other areas of agriculture. But they are taking the money to buy these cars, and they are not even making laws or working in line with things that will create jobs. Now, let's look at the LTA. You suspended people almost 1 year today, because 11 months in counting today, right? Those people that were in tenure position, you put people in acting role who are making decisions now for LTA that are affecting the people when they are not going through Senate confirmation. That is a clear violation of our Constitution. All right. Then on top of that, you suspended these people. They are not getting that pay. They haven't been tried. They haven't been, giving the reason why they were suspended or whatnot. I mean, you just left them like that. What sort of country is this? Suspending people for over 6 months, and they are not given the opportunity to go to court and to exonerate themselves. Is that how the law plays out? Is that the administration that came with rule of law and accountability? This is not fair to the people. If you suspend someone, give them due process. If they are found guilty, prosecute them. But now 11 months have gone by. So there is the thing, when you look at this administration, you'd be like, what is the difference between this administration and George Weah administration? What is the difference? If you call yourself an administration of discipline, of rule of law, administration that's supposed to rescue Liberia, you took people out of tenure position where you're not supposed to. Then after 11 months, nothing has been done. They stay there. They are not receiving that pay. You have people in place of them. I mean, this is sad.
Well, Johnny on the show?
Johnny, Ben,
no, I said Johnny.
But I'm in the back. I'm in the back, and I cannot come on video because I'm out of energy right now.
Yeah, for Johnny. I see Johnny. Maybe he has a problem with his light. Johnny, go ahead.
Johnny always has a problem with light. You will not let Johnny like bro.
The other energy. I would mention the other energy.
Hey, mentor now.
Other energy.
Can you hear me now?
Johnny, welcome to the show.
Yeah, go ahead, Johnny.
Welcome to the show.
Yeah, go ahead, Johnny. Yeah, thank you guys and my sister Grace, everybody. I mean, can you hear me? Rest of the team?
Good.
Hey, good.
All right, good. I'm sorry I can't appear on video because I don't have energy now. So, but it's okay. Once my voice is here, it's okay. I mean, I want to just make my quick input into the situation with our two senators arguing about vehicle costs being 45,000 and above. I mean, it just makes me to break down because we are in the country where our bilateral friends and allies are not looking at all, kindly when it comes to financial support. I would have thought that our senators, those two brothers of mine, would have been considering that, be arguing on the government doing a budget recast
looking at how we can cut down all the expenses, all the expenditures we got, to individual representatives or senators or government officials, even to the extent of the president, the vice president, everybody else, and even public corporations. But to be arguing that, these guys' vehicles are more than 45,000, and why are we being bashed at as representatives? It just tells me that our country is not in the hands of good leaders. I mean, frankly, as a person that is worried of my children future, the children of all Liberian people future in this country, what will our children inherit after us? See what we have inherited from our parents. Where are we ready? Come again?
We're sorry to I'm headed for a meeting. Tomorrow.
Okay, Abu. Thank you. So I mean, my input on the issue of vehicle is that there should be no comparison about vehicle cost. We should be discussing cut down on everything. And let's take some serious austerity measures now to put our country into a good shape. I'm afraid that in the next 2-3 months, we'll have a serious problem in the country, economically and financially in the country. Let's go back, right? The USAID project Liberia have almost 200 plus projects. Imagine you have a 30 Liberian person working for USAID program. 30 times 200. Let's assume that each one of them have at least 3 persons to cater to directly from their income. You know that impact it has on society? Then go back to in-revenue collection from the government. Those 30 persons times 200 projects were being taxed with the Liberian government revenue collection. That is going to be short of that. So I think by this time, our representatives and senators should be focused more on national issues, nationhood, nation building. How should we address the issue we are faced with now? Even if tomorrow or in the next budget year in the US, Trump decides to change the system and provide money. But when will we decide to say, look, let's take this action so that even if Donald comes on that, we can sustain ourselves. But to be arguing on a minister has a car that worth more than 45,000 and white public bashing at us, it's so low for me. It is so low. It's so much like you thinking below your responsibility as a senator or as a representative. So I want to ask my 2 brothers, Dillon and Snow, let's rethink. Let's look at Bombay County that represents Snow. Look at Bombay County. How many persons can access safe drinking water? How many persons can access energy in their home? Okay, if I take energy, our energy is expensive. But water is cheap to provide. How many persons? If someone like me can provide water in my village, my people, to access safe drinking water, right? I'm not in government. What is wrong with our representatives and senators? Why don't they recast this budget and the budget be 80% to the people of Liberia? People are taxpayers. The natural resources in our communities are being used, as being exploited, for who good? It should be for their good. Look at Nima County, look at Bon County. There are towns and villages still drinking from creeks and rivers. Are we not ashamed of ourselves as a country that been independent more than 100 plus, almost 200 years now? A country that are just 20, 30, 40 years old are doing by far better than us. Then we arguing on vehicle costs for government officials. And my brother Snow saying he will resign. How does that relate to us? How does that link to us as a people? What's going on? I'm sitting here in Dubai in darkness. I'm here in my house in darkness. You know what I'm saying? I've been wondering. I mean, you know what it means to spend almost $3,000 to $4,000 to get a solar system in your house that be fully equipped? That's poverty. That's poverty. So are they not thinking about us? Or because we can worship them as, like people will say, people can worship the public officials. Or we can so much appreciate them when it comes to us. So Tomalin and Anthony and Gilman, I've been following the show. I have a very tight schedule, but when I try to come, I'll come on. But our people need to think about us. All of us do not need to work in government, but we need services from the government. We need energy. We need water. We need health system. Can you imagine people go to the hospital to go do delivery? They have complication. C-section. C-sections will have complication in this country, in this 21st century. I mean, there are a lot I see from the work I do. Sometimes, because of some of the protocols I go through, I wouldn't say it to the public. But I feel, though, brothers on the show, I feel bad. What I see, what I experience, go working in the rural communities in Liberia. Sometimes I share tears internally, looking at what the country is. You know, Tomalin, based on my own ethics and what I do, I may not say some of the things on the show because then it undermines my code of conduct. But gentlemen, those are all who got ears or guys, please call them, tell them, let them rethink. Liberia can be better than any country in Africa in the world. We have that potential. And then just forget about our personal gain and focus on the people of Liberia. The people deserve better than what we have. They deserve better. Deserve better. Better. Tomalin. So let me just stop here and let my brothers, and other brothers speak something. But look, Liberian people that are hearing my voice, if people come to you, let's be bold and ask them, look at my community. Why should I walk to the creek to draw water to drink? Why should I go to an open well to get water to drink? When Liberia is a water country. You heard the president when he spoke on one occasion that Liberia is a water country. So besides just doing hydro, when the country is water, I mean, we can, by any means, we should have safe drinking water in homes. Why are we pumping water only for 4 hours or 5 hours? We should have a constant flow of water in every home in this country. People have to build separate tanks to save water in it, to have constant flow of water at home. That's not good for us. It's so bad. So, and the two young men I spoke, Delon and Snow, are people that I know personally. So if they're hearing me, I'm appealing to you guys, my brothers. Let's stop our individual gain. Let's focus on the people's benefit. Let's say, look, let's cut down from 45,000 to 20,000 for a vehicle for any public official. Let's put money into things. Let's build homes. Let's build, let's provide people with better living conditions. Health conditions are difficult here. In my own country in Lofa, every day, not less than 15, 20 persons are getting on motorbike to travel to Masanta to go get treatment, leaving to the one hospital in Vonjima. Is that not telling us something? People from Zozo getting on motorbike going to Guinea. And look, let me tell you something, gentlemen, just before I close. If you add the regional science, regional planning, from Conakry to Masata or Zedekule, it's almost 24 hours drive. That means it takes the Guinean government a long time to supply services, good services, people in that region of Guinea. It takes less than 10 hours from Morovia to Vonjima to Zozo. So why are we not the one that should have the advantage? Why are we not having the advantage to have better services in our various hospitals and schools and other things? But then people who will take 24 hours to bring good services to Conakry, to Masanta, to Zedekule, to Kegedu, we go to them go seek service. That's that's the opposite. Tomalin, from Tuporo to Morovia is 1 hour drive. Then from Morovia to Kakata is 2 hour drive. Instead of me being the one that gets services from Morovia, I'm going all to Kakata to get things for Kakata because Kakata getting goods from Banga. How does that make sense to us? Are we not thinking about our country, our people? Is it because our people are unaware, so we might abuse them and use them and destroy their life? So, gentlemen, I want to appeal to all Liberians. Let's take the issue of our people. Let's tell them that we need better than what we have. What we have is no good. The economy we got today, Liberia we got, is no good to be proud of. It's no good to be proud of. We should lift our heads and look in our faces of our leaders and say, look, this is not what I deserve. We need better than this. We should put them to tax. Clearly, gentlemen, I'm saying this because it's from my heart. I'm a researcher. I'm a sociologist. I work in the field. I'm working communities every other day. And I see how people live this. You know what I'm saying? And look, Morovia, just in Morovia country alone. Go to Todi. I was joined Todi a few days ago. Go to Todi. Todi is just a few minutes away from Morovia. See how people live in Todi. What's happening to us? Why are we treating our people like this? Don't we have conscience as people, as leaders? Don't we have conscience, my people? Why? This small country, less than 10 million people in this country. If we do an accurate population distribution, we should be able to address our people's needs in no time. Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana, maybe what? 30 million people, 40 million people. Ghana have people, in fact, Accra City is about 6 million people. So our Accra City population is almost equal to the whole Liberia. So are you seeing the city mayor of Accra has more problem than the country leader of Liberia? What's wrong with us? My people, I beg your mayor, please. If this is the only day I had to speak today, please let the words of my mouth be a word that is of nationalistic feeling. I'm not against anybody. This is a nationalistic call I'm making. Let's forget about personal feeling. Let's look into our people's condition. Our school system is so bad. Go to classrooms. Children sitting down on blocks, dead bricks, playing. Then we post a Liberia school system. You know? I mean, look, to be frank, if I didn't have that restriction to give out things that I see in the feed, I can post it on a platform that all you guys will share tears for what Liberia is going through. Frankly speaking to you. Next door, not as far as Magibio, right here in Mosoro County, Tony District. Go see schools. Johnny. See places where people live. It's so bad, man. But look, one kind of show. For me, I don't want kind of show. I don't come on the show with political intent. I come here to bring what I see as the social scientist in Liberia, what I see happening in the country. I work in the 15 countries of Liberia. That's why in every language, at least I can say hello. In the 15 ethnic groups here, I can say hello in each 16 ethnic group. From Cape Mount to Cape Palmas, from Morovia to Waragisi Mountain. The ethnic groups Liberia, I can say hello in each. I've lived in every county I've lived in, not more than 15 or 20 towns. I've lived with typical indigenous level people in their communities because I wanted to know. I took advantage of my job. I had to do research, to do social service work, to also live in the community, see how people live there. Go to the southeast. Go to the southeast, see what happened in Rivergy. See what happened in Grand Cru. See what happened in Rivergy and Grand G there. Go as far as Flat Town. Go as far as Jerusalem. You know what I'm saying? Look, what's happening to us?
Let me say this, right? I share your frustration. I share your sentiments. I mean, honestly, if you want to go to Liberia for just to go for the fun and pageantry, you will not understand what he's saying. But those of us, when you travel to Liberia and you go in some areas, look, you get to appreciate what he's saying. You get to understand where he coming from, because that's why it's important that whenever you go to Liberia, when you're in the diaspora, take your time. I mean, you have time to have the fun, the pageantry, but take your time sometimes and go to some areas of Liberia where you will feel, put yourself in that situation where how the people are living. Look, especially for us who come from the Western world. Now, imagine now, most of us now, I can tell you the truth, the fact though, most of us who, when we go to Liberia and you don't have your family that you left there, they don't have a place that commensurate with your living status in America, most of us go and stop in hotels and guest houses. Because you know why? You're not prepared to go to the bathroom, take water from put water from the bucket and put it in the toilet. You're not prepared to do it anymore. You want to go to a bathroom where open the shower, water come on you. You want to go into a place and sleep where you can put the AC on, you can watch, you got internet in the house. You want legislated there with you, okay? You won't have refrigerator, microwave. So how you go Liberia? You want to go through what you went through when you're back in the days we came to America. So and that's why I tell people, right? This election are coming 2029. We should forget about the parties. No, forget about party business. Look for where the common good, what you think will lead to the common good. Because it's not about yourself. Look, I was talking to a friend today. He told me, he says, Georgie, he said he's 62 years old. Yeah. He said, he came 62 years old. He said, I got 3 more years to retire. He said, my man, I already settled in Liberia. He said, by the time I retire, my 401k is breathing. Then I get my Social Security check that will be coming every month. I got Medicare. I'll come here for for a few months. My kids in college in a very career, and so they would tell me, say, on Father's Day, Daddy, what you want to do? Daddy, what you want to do your birthday? Daddy, what you want to do? Say they will say, Daddy, you want to go to France or wherever you want to go, we'll take care of that. He said, but I will live a decent life in Liberia, and I will live longer. He said, because Georgie, I have a farm. I will eat organic food from the soil in the pot, from the water in the pot, no processing in it. I will be able to walk and enjoy the free Liberian air. I will enjoy it. I will take care of myself. When I put in my body, I'll be very careful. I will exercise, I'll do stuff. So I will live longer. And mind you, most of our old folks in Liberia, they're living 80-year-old, 90-year-old, because you know what? They're getting the best of life. They prepare themselves before their retirement time, before they retired. As a result, they benefit from it. But people are living, look, and it's a giving job from Liberia. I don't know when like went, but I tell you the truth, right? It's heartbreaking. My group, they call the Firestone Association.
Out there, 2019.
In Liberia, we built our library in Carpentry. From there, we say we want to take another project. We want to take out they want to attack the health issue in Magibi. Look, as we went to hospital, clinics, and so forth, right? People are there. You see about 10% there. They're in uniform, but they're all volunteer. They're on salary. So look, I was forced to take money from my pocket. I was broke that day to take my say for your lunch. They were so excited. But imagine people are there doing voluntary work. They're getting paid. I went to they say this is the ER. They want to say this is the room that when a woman deliver, they were going to put a woman. I said, and you think you say, but when are we kidding? Then while we're there, one clinic, right? The woman they had just giving birth to I say, so how you going home now? He said they come get on board about the baby. I said, no. They get the ambulances that already damaged, need to be repaired. They just pack. I say, you put in the baby just born last night. Come and get on motorbike to carry the baby to home. Said the person, how should I go? I said, no. I said, but they said, but yeah, you here right now, so you care about why you're not here tomorrow. And this why other day on the Senate floor last week, they were talking. One of the guys from one of the counties, the guy said he was concerned that the money they appropriated for the health hospitals in the various counties is yet to be from 2024 is yet to be received. And the guy said the county that received, the county where the president from, the vice president, the pro tem, and all the people, the counties already got the allocation for the health issues, the rural areas. And I mean, that's tell you what we're going through in the country. Like, bros, and people think that it's fair. You approve money for the counties, you can give them money. And then you take it for a joke, and then what can hide me? People will be telling you, say, put the money back, put the money. I mean, put the money already. I'm a corrupt person. I already prove myself corrupt. I've been there for 9 years or 6 years. You put me back again, you think I will change? Huh? I also wear this time around. I mean, I'm a retirement when I'm looking for now. Let me tell the poor God. So it's mind-boggling. I mean, people are hurt. People are going through tough time. I was driving the weekend. I heard about some case about somebody at EWA. They said the person said they took a kidney from there. I mean, when they were raising money for the person, I said, but what? I said, when I see about them, I said, but it happened in Liberia there. Eh? My people, it's serious. Oh, it's very serious. And until we can take seize of what's happening, our country continue to go down. Now you see, you have caught up.
I think Johnny need a media platform.
Yeah. And guys in the studio, in 23 minutes we'll be taking calls. Let's give the people in Liberia, the other people want to call.
Yes, please. Mr. Dwight, the Dwight Paul want to do it.
Yeah, people want to call. So in 3 minutes we'll be taking calls. 3 minutes. So guys in the studio, please come understand so we can take some calls in 3 minutes. I beg you. But just to say, just to re-emphasize what Johnny said. I mean, it's true. When those of us who did social science, we know what he's talking about. It's about but that society. Yeah.
Yeah, but not to cut you off, but Johnny, in the social sciences, in sociology in particular, those of us who came up in that direction, what we call inequality and social stratification. Okay, when you're talking about inequality, Liberia is at the apex of inequality. We're just talking about the CEO or president or whatever of the central bank, when the young man was on television telling us that $57,000 a year was justifiable. I mean, $57,000 a year. I'm having no feedback.
Yeah, his deputy get 57 and 56, and he is get 60,000 for housing.
There you go. So he said, I get $5,000 for housing allowance. Somebody asked him, well, where do you live? He said he live in his own house.
Yep.
So if you live in your own house, how do you get $60,000 a year for housing? Then he said $7,000 for
cash allowance.
Cash allowance. $9,000 my benefit. I mean, it is on a day his secretary makes up $150 a month. How do you explain this? That's wickedness, Mr. George.
Yes, Heron, you put the numbers on. Let's take some calls. People, let's hear some people. Let's hear some people want to get involved. And Johnny, you just provoked.
Johnny really touched my heart just now.
National conversation that's, and honestly, like what Dwight is saying, Dwight Poet is saying, I agree. One of these days we should really just talk about the social of our country, and let's forget about politics and just talk about that. Go to the nitty gritty and go to this. And one good thing about our gift we received today will help us a lot. And I'm happy with that gift because that gift will now help us to do things that we couldn't do before. In fact, you put the gifts up.
Put the gifts on.
Put the gifts on, man. You put the gifts on, please. Post our gift today we receive. For the person said, when I call a name anonymous donor, the person is now a politician. The person is not opposition person, not in politics. Somebody who watched our show and they fee for us. And they said, Tomalin, tell somebody to come pick up this gift today from the store. And this is what we got. God, put the gifts up for me, man. Put the gifts up for me. It's a nice gift we received today. We've been praying for this, and God has blessed us today. Got a brand new motorbike today.
Oh, wow.
He said, got a brand new motorbike today, and we appreciate the person. I wish I would call the person name. The person said about anonymous donor. He said, I just love your show. You guys do a lot for us. We stay for a distance. Our way of contributing to the discourse. I'm so happy. Yeah, our guy Samson is there with a motorbike, with a helmet. You're gonna go register the motor now. I hope we can find. Will help us quickly that we can find on the register the motorbike, put our insurance on it, and put everything on it. We need to put everything on it so we can get a guy on the road to go. You go Nima County for that Nima election to make sure we cover it well and so forth. But I want to say thanks to all of us, man. All the panelists that come here and find the time. Those who watch the show, your contribution to it all help to reach this point. People can you're encouraged to help us, and we say happy and thanks for this gift, and we appreciate it so much. We look forward to getting the motorbike on the road in the next few days. Once you get it all inscripted with a closing argument on it, and then you can make sure the police go to the police station and get all the stuff they want to do. We get it. The clearance. So they won't say we illegally riding motorbike illegally. No, it's a special bike. It don't want the pamper. No, it will be strictly for journalistic purposes, and we'll have fun to really do. We can send and say, man, go to this place. We're looking for more bikes. This is our first one. Pray God that somebody else will touch our heart, will touch the heart and say, well, I send another bike to you guys too. We know another one coming. We'll be fine. We have people in the rural areas now covering. Will be fine for us. We just pray for it. Guys, thank God for this. We appreciate it. And we pray that somebody in our bro consecrated bike, pray for us and let us and let the person ride his bike with everything. We pray for that time. But I'm happy. I'm excited, guys. I'm very happy for this bike that came today. So happy for the closing argument. But God, let's take some calls.
Yes, too many. While the calls are coming, I want to recommend that once you got a bike person here, I can identify the person, that person know me in person. And I can try to link them to some of the community to have real human story coming up on closing argument, where we can be able to elevate some of the issues that our people are in, that they are being confronted by daily. So yeah, we can discuss politics sometimes, but let the people know what's happening. Let the election now in Nima, right? We have to help the electors Nima to know how to vote. So if Masore has a motorbike, I can link him with people in Nima that we're making to see places. So those that want to be leader of Nima in a central race, so they can know the issues unfolding, and electors will be able to see the issues unfolding in their community, listen to the candidates, and know how to do their vote, because election is about the people. So I think the closing argument can take the lead in providing consciousness, especially so when it comes to election. So I mean, in any county, when we have anybody, just let me know. I have network in every county that I can link them to, and then make them to go see places that need to be known by the rest of the world. Liberians,
Awesome.
both home and away. Thank you.
You got the first caller line. Go ahead, caller. You live.
Yeah, Tomalin, thanks, man. And let me say thanks to my dear brother Gilbert and the other panelists in the studio with you today. Great topics. You know, ultimately, I just forwarded you something has to do with the financial inequality that our country has degenerated into. You know, we all do ourselves justice on this platform if we start to investigate a little bit and do some comparative analysis on the issues. Timothy, you won't believe it. Ivory Coast that we are getting electricity for today. Do you know the salary of Alassane Ouattara?
No.
Is $100,000.
Yep.
Really?
Yeah.
Do you know the salary of Paul Kagame?
No.
The earner is $85,000 on the record. Now I'm sorry. I'm saying this because forget about all of the shenanigans that has to do with corruption, but on the books, I just sent you that chat. Look at that chat, Tomalin.
Yeah.
The Gabonese president, that Umar Bongo, that just sent a jet in Liberia for George Weah to visit with him. Look at that guy's salary on that chat, Tomalin. It's less. I think it's about $100 and something thousand. Now, the reason I'm making those things, just the lawmaker in Liberia, forget about their salary. But if a 6-year lawmaker is elected in Liberia, after 6 years, he leaves for a $90,000 car minimum, because you got to buy him two $45,000 cars every 3 years.
Wow.
A senator leaves a $135,000 car every 9 years he leaves office. Look at that disparity. Look, now, these are the reasons why you get up and go in this country and beg those people for money. But on the books, your president is making more money than them, but then you go beg them. So that's why let's all us do a self-justice and investigate those things. The records are there. Look at the salary structure of African leaders. Rwanda is a landlocked country. Here, they got a lecture around. They are well developed. This guy got his own private jet, but because they are financially responsible, so they put their house in order. They set their priorities straight. That's the reason they know that the president's supposed to get a presidential jet, but they'll pay him less money. It's not his personal thing. But if you're going to be paying them astronomical monies in Liberia, and all of the infrastructure are literally completely dilapidated.
The salary is up now. Yeah.
Yes.
African presidents. Wow.
So I didn't want for us to do some of these investigations. Sometimes we come here because this is a pressing issue. The more you open the minds of people like Senator Snow and other people, are pretty sure they will prioritize this kind of discussion in the Senate, and it will give you some sense of issues that you see. Look, that's what I'm talking about, Timberlake.
Wow.
That's on the
the highest on the list.
Then you say somebody put it corrupt. Okay, granted. But the idea is that's the salary structure. Look at the Ghanaian president's salary. $76,000 on the Vogue.
Oh, but I see Liberia there.
No, but they will not put it there. They will not put it there. But you know your budget in your country.
How about the president making for Liberia? How much? I know. I know.
The president made $93,000 a month.
$76,000. Egypt is $72,000.
George Weah making $93,000 a month. So I don't know how much Waka is making now.
So I just want to do we should investigate this in a little bit and bring the kind of topics on, because it becomes an eye opener and very educated with people, and people will start to resent some of those behavior. Because I can tell you this, Simone, I was in Liberia In fact, the Taylor election, I took part in that election. All right, I was involved with that election one way or the other. And Mr. Taylor, they bought those lawmakers as a trooper for those that were in Liberia.
Yeah, I was there that time, yeah.
That Jeep stayed with the people and Taylor left Liberia. That was after 6 years. They bought him one car and that was it. You understand? But for you to come now and prioritize buying people $45,000 like a minimum, Tomalin is appalling, man. But let me not take all of the time, man. That's a fascinating topic that we can all delve into. All right?
Thank you. I mean, it's appalling. Your calls. When your calls come, we'll stop talking. You know, but it's
okay. So let me read out the numbers for those of you following the radio: 077701765, 777017635, and for those of you following online, +231 017635 is the number to call. 077701765 call, and then make a point on the closing argument on Truth FM 96.1, the Renaissance Radio. 777017635. So while we're with the calls, you guys can be like talking while we are with calls.
Yes, yeah, but we got 6 more minutes for calls. So
yeah, we're talking about
the
okay, we got our first caller.
Go ahead.
Your name is where you join us.
This is Albert Tomagai. I'm in Garguah.
Okay, go ahead, make a point.
I don't know what are the salary issue you're discussing about and whatsoever. But the issue here is, I don't know how much an individual needs to live.
As well.
Honestly speaking, my brother, I can tell anybody, even if I'm making $250 every month when it's ready, in 2 years' time, come and see what I will do with that money. If I don't do nothing, let the person call it off. Then a man getting almost $15,000 a month 6 years. That means even open company for them and getting power again. But the man will be all right. $45,000 car. What kind of value you get to pay in a car? That is a car. That $45,000 you can pay for out. Hugely over. It can even improve, especially in Liberia, over 100 person life a month. And yet they can buy a car that can be smashed in a day and the money going in. So I don't understand. Time, oh, the writing can be done, anything, the writing, we are things, so I'm not able to what we hearing because I'm totally confused. Thank you.
Okay, my brother, thank you. Thank you so kindly for your contribution. 077701765. 777017635 is the number to call, and they're going to be live on the closing argument on Truth FM. 077701765.
The caller just said something that struck a chord. I mean, it struck a chord with me.
Yeah.
How much one person need to live? How much?
That's an important comment. How much you need to live?
Yeah, especially like bring people the way we just satisfied. Look at what we've been through in the war, everything. But like bring man, you get here a job, he making money on time, he going to his work, he training, going to school, that all he wants. How is it that these people cannot fix the country in a way to give these people their own life? Everybody just want to live and separate them.
Okay, caller. Your name is from where you joining us?
From Chikitu Factory.
Okay, leave out from where there in Chikitu Factory. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you to your panel in the state there. You see, our problem is, I mean, sometimes when we listen to radio and listen to those salary or low government officials, some of us will get taking our belly, especially me, because they can't consider our billionaire in Liberia as also government officials. They don't care. People working in the office making $150, $75 for their generator, making $3,000. Where are we heading to? They start running the country from the day of Jesus. I mean, from the day of the country birth, they've been running the country, they came and they stayed doing it. So some of now you know what to. I don't know what we are heading to, bro. That will not be developable because the new one that coming instead they are working and the old people. Thank you for your time.
Okay, my brother. Thank you so much for your contribution.
But my thing is that too. When you call, let me know. My thing is that the voters too now. I mean, if you hear all these things, educate them when they time to vote. I mean, Let me frank. Somebody tell you say, I will do this. The person, I mean, you can't see between the lines.
Hello, caller. You didn't provide Johnny us.
Oh, lawmaker need to be voted out.
Hello, you didn't provide Johnny us.
Yeah, calling from Kehleboe.
Calling from where?
Kehleboe.
Oh, Sleway. Okay. What's your name?
Coming Prince.
Prince. Say you. Go ahead, make a point, Prince.
Yeah, sorry, put me in all I'm for you know how I was with him. Put me in all I'm for feeling that.
Okay, my brother. They put making money, but you instead they embarrassing the cyclist, the motorcyclist. 07770176350.
Look, look at what Dwell wrote. 103 lawmakers down 45,000, $4.6 billion. I mean, look at that. I mean, my people, let me frank. But the problem again, you were trying to go vote. The people, I mean, look, you have to talk because the
But
problem
you
is us.
see what we say, we want to see something before we vote. We want tangible now. We tired with all that articulating issues. We want to see what you can do first, then they will vote for you. Yeah, we have to see it. The people need to open their eyes.
So suppose the people invest, says Grace, to your argument, suppose they invest and do little things, and then when they get in office, they recuperate that money they invested.
We got a call.
Let the call come in. We'll talk about that one.
What's your name and from where you joining us? Hello, what's your name and where you joining us?
I'm doing Morris Johnny from Guar.
From Garguah, okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, brother, the issue about Liberia is something that we are tired now because we keep talking on the radio. There is no changes. The same thing is going on and on. It's fine. It's just aspirating. Just going on. It's keep growing, and it's carrying the country backward. It's like the men of God in the country and start praying for students because I think when the men go to school, it's a little bit better. When you start school, you graduate from high school, it's a little bit better. When you enter college, no. The man, it becomes something else. As soon as you take office, no. A different thing. And the thing the other brothers say in the background over there, you might be got a corner, you can open and see through. You know, kind of bring all the farm platform, this guy and things. Say, oh, you qualify. See? So people voting in. We don't know that men are correct. How will you know that the men are good? It's hard for you to dictate that man is not good. When you vote the man in, the man go to start sitting. When you can't hold the people responsible, you cannot hold us responsible. When somebody steal, the law is supposed to take it off a court. The man steal, the man is supposed to be designated and defy all his assets, to see all his assets. But they're not working. And if they're not working, everything just rotting everywhere. So that's how the country is going. The country will keep going backward. That's it.
Okay, my brother. Thank you. 07770176350.
Yeah, and Anthony, I wanted to answer to that.
We got a call. Your name from where you joining us?
I'm very deep from the
You are coming low. You say, what's your name?
My name is Benny Oro.
From Oro. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to commend you for our program. I want to say one thing that you guys have to think about that team. That one was the best players with great times to play back forward. But we want to win as well as students for our everything. Can you imagine one thing that I just what I felt you said and check your different design or all the
Hello?
So everyone I to take the biggest thing they big money without that people ever into that brother. So I want to say you guys, thank you, and we want to go back and get first so that we keep just like the other African countries.
Okay, my brother. Thank you. Thank you so kindly. There's the platform. We bring
I
the
got
real
line. Go ahead, caller.
issue and you make the decision.
Yeah, this is Gabriel Gaiden calling from Ohio. pertaining to the car issue is right, because you can have ministers riding more than $45,000 cars, and people that were elected by their constituents will be riding less than that, senators and stuff. But one of the things you guys are taking to consideration is the House of Representatives. Tomalin Fala is the main problem in the House. That guy is a super criminal. Tomalin Fala is acting like he's elected correctly, but everything that is happening in the House, Tomalin Fala is collaborating with Joseph Boakai to damage that country. While they're doing that, one day it will go off and suspending people. You think he have the power to do all what he's doing? You think he owns the country because DC man is the president? Tomalin Fala is causing serious problem in that country. He's causing all the problem using Richard Coon to steal a lot of money in our country. Tomalin Fala have to be very careful. He considers himself as the richest man in Liberia right now, as we speak. Everywhere he going, boasting. But he causing the problem in our house. Tomalin Fala, he claiming that he get all the houses in the country. He get all of this. He get this. He's a millionaire. Tomalin Fala need to be very careful. He causing that problem in our house, causing our capital building to burn down. You have to be careful. I'm just telling you guys, that Tomalin Fala guy is a dangerous human being. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. But you know, guys, the thing about what bottom is that the man, okay, that Tomalin Fala been there since 2005. But they tell what they keep electing him for. Then you got, look at our man Koga. Koga been 11 years. I think that Koga 10, right? Then they come in, then they put him electing him again to represent them. I mean, Benny Warner said, the problem of us is us. And if anybody would, we too old, my own, and so with the way he said that time, I think he said the problem with Liberians is we have our own problem. Because, like Mr. Comey said, doing the same thing over and over, expecting different results. That's what happened in Liberia. Because I'm not kidding, my people. You see the people as they are living in abject poverty. But yet it's still. Go ahead. The caller can let the caller take wall. But yet it's still.
Your name from where you joining us?
Yeah, whatever. You know, I see what they told for that. They told for our AC. You know, I see the government. Yeah, complete. Yeah, confused the men. Yeah, we are confused the men. Like the men, you government in yours. They complete. Wow,
okay, my brother. Thank you so kindly. 077017635.
All of us we involved in politics. 2029, you're going to the ground. You're take time for you keep your vacation hours.
Of course.
Take time and go educate the people. But if you do what you said in America, and people happy,
But Tomalin, that be fair now. They got people.
What's your name? From where you joining us? How come it says
yeah, thank you very much. Closing argument.
Okay.
This brother Steve will tell us something from Painesville.
Go ahead.
I want to commend the panelists on the radio. Well, for me, I want to say tonight clearly that Liberia's problem, we shouldn't blame it on anybody. We should blame it on our people who call themselves religious leaders. These people are not bold to say they fight to lead us when they are slipping. Only because most of them want political power. And they are using the church as a canopy. Because as I know as well as we know that the church is greater than the government. Yes. The church is on the shoulder of God, while the government is, honor the church. And so the gospel ministers to know that they got power more than the government. But most of them, they fall prey only because they want to amass wealth for they and their families. And so as a result today, we see that most of our people who call themselves political, or religious leaders are fighting for governmental jobs, which I believe, in my mind, is wrong. When the people stand strong, Liberia will be strong. Thank you, guys.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. 7770176.
And he's right. The church used to stand their ground before in Liberia, and the church make the most money in the world. But the church people not standing for the country, they just give it that because some of them compromise already. But we say they are.
Your name from where you joining us?
Yes, I'm Mr. Denial calling from FBA Junction, Penaswan.
Okay, from Penaswan. Go ahead, my brother.
Yes, so thank you very much for the topic on discussion. But I don't know why the people can get in power before they start putting lots of skyscrapers down, you see school building, and that John Brown thing. And they will not say that the government school, they will not build it, they will send it over to the government. But trying to, when they're doing their re-election campaign, you'll be boosting. In fact, there's school, magistrate, people attending it, and it's not free. And my other brother, the other caller talk about the religious people. I mean, this and now there's no religious people in this country, no council of churches, no council of Muslims or whatever I call them. But during Georgia time or Myean time, you need to hear those people as soon as this thing happens, they will go for press conference. But this and now, instead of the government to be on the shoulder of God, it's on the shoulder now of the government. You see now, so the whole church business now just looking at to say, they are the one who should beg the government.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Everybody just complaining.
Yeah, well, this is why, Tomalin, Mr. George, I think collectively we have to do the best we can to be connected with every county in the country, so they can hear what we are talking about. We shouldn't just cater to Monrovia.
Yes.
So we need, for those of us who say we have interest in this topic, we should put our money where our mouths are. I know when you're talking about broadcasting around the country, it costs money. Not just one time. We talk about monthly expenditure.
Yeah.
So, Tomalin, if the people want this, if I think we should do this every week. Do the budget. What station can we get in? We can relay with in Nimba, in Bon, in Bassa, and come up with a budget. And anybody who want to come here and talk about what's going on, they don't like it, let them raise their money. If it's $1,000 or $2,000 a month, we have to come up with our money because we want to be heard in Nimba, we want to be heard in Bon, we want to hear.
But we are
not just Monrovia.
Yeah, I mean every counties we have they have local station there. Like I know we cover in Nima, Bong, Montserrat, but like you said, we extended throughout the rural area because look, honestly, right? If I was running for a serial office or a president or something in that country, the money I spend my money would be that you spend money. The message. So okay, I want all the local radio station there. So whenever I talk, somebody interpret for me in that vernacular. People they get a message, and people start understanding. And you send people there. Say, look, go tell the people what's happening to the money. Look, let me share something with you guys. Liberia 2024. I'm telling you guys, we for our gold, our timber, our natural resources, $1.5 billion last year alone was taken from our country. Was made from our natural resources. You know how much left in the country? Only $182 million left in the country. That was given to giving as taxes to the government. Can you imagine?
What is source that information? Can you share that source?
I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you, brother.
Can you imagine 2 senators to 1 county? You know how much is that? $1.44 million. Why do we even need 2 senators in 1 county? Why? All those things that the government. Johnny, can you put your phone on mute? The government is just packed and choked, but all the people the government have, they're still not doing what they're supposed to do for the people. And then Anthony was asking me, he said, "Oh, but if the people vote for the people who doing stuff, and they go there and they change." But you know what? At least I want to gamble with somebody who already doing stuff that we seen that they're doing something and they're changing the lives of the people. Because that person, for them to do that, they have a heart to even do that. And some of them don't even have money. They're doing a lot of stuff around the community they live in to show you that they do care. So we would rather take out a gamble with people then to bring the people who are doing anything, just giving author, they can't articulate the issue. Not to articulate the issue is good, but you should have something else. We can't just accept talking. 2 senators to 1 county, 1.44 million United States dollars. You're spending. Why we need 2 senators? Why? Why are the districts so divided? Different districts. All the representatives in the district, and they're not even doing nothing. The other someone other representative go based on a Kishinsha say that on a project. So we doing this honor to our country by the day. It's sad for us to see. And I know somebody was on the platform and was saying, oh, sometimes we talk bad about the government, but if the government doing bad, we cannot come here and lie. Yeah. The truth is the truth. You just have to say it. The people are not doing what they're supposed to do for the people. Our brothers and sisters, then they are suffering in our country for no reason. And it's heartbreaking for us to see this happen. Look at the motorcyclists then in the street. Think the children won't be in the street. They want to survive. Create the environment. The money is there for it to happen. Because if one set of people just taking this money, how you need $45,000 car every 2 or 3 years? How is it? So we drive our car, we drive it for so long. How is it you need that kind of car in a country that's one of the poorest countries in the world? Let's just be fair. You're not fair to the people. The church is not saying anything. The institution of the church is being broken in the country as well, because you can say it 2 ways. Either they compromise or either they're afraid for their lives. You see? Because the people too, they're scared. They ain't coming to be saying stuff and then they start hunting them. So all those things are playing in the country. It's just so sad. And we hope that things changes or things change. We hope that happens for the country. And the only way it can change until we vote the right people into the position. That's the reason why we are saying if somebody is a lawmaker and they're trying to run for position, go and check if they are working government before they're running for position. We want to see what they did when we were working there, or we want to see what we're doing right now. That will change your life. It's not so much of your life sentiment. Oh, well, for the man, he's the person. No. Check their record. What have they delivered for you when they were in that position before you want to put them in a higher position? That's how it's supposed to be.
You know, somebody just, brother Gimme, somebody just, what you just said, somebody just sent me a message. It said the issue you just raised is very, very profound. It said that, honestly, if we want to educate our fellow compatriots, we should let them get involved in the various counties. Let get to the counties. Let get there. Let make it nationwide. Like there's a guy in Grand G there, Samuka. What he does for us, right? Every time we have this show, he relay on in the morning. He relay on his station, local station there. Good. He relay that station. He just needs some small support. What he need? Say, I think he needs $100 a month. All he need to do it. All he need to do get it going, to get it on the station for the people to hear it. And it's important because look, and I will say again, all those who are involved in the political parties and things there, just try to, you want to educate the people, let people go to the rural areas. Because the only time our politicians go to these counties, when it's time for election. Look, when for election, when it's time for election, when they go to the counties. Okay? So I got another caller coming. Go ahead, caller. You live. Go ahead.
Okay, my name is Ezekiel Freeman.
Yeah, go ahead. You live.
I'm calling from Maryland, specifically to add on the topic of discussion. You see, what need be done for Liberia is that we try to imitate like Burkina Faso. We have government officials that are being elected by the people. Instead of seeking the interests of the people, they seek their own interests. And we are so comfortable, the Liberians are so comfortable. Allow those people, you pay their wives, you pay their driver, and you pay their rent. It's unbelievable. I think now it's about time to take some steps. Thank you.
Thank you. So brother Gimme, I agree with you 100%. Let us Let us and Johnny, I will get that information to you. That information about I just get the person will get it, working on something to me. I'll put in the chat room. I will say again, that kind of money left Liberia and when it go 182. That's mom. You should be thinking about why. And now, if we can get to the various counties, we have 17 electoral districts in Liberia. If you can visit these districts and tell the people, educate the people on the national budget. I mean, can you imagine the money Liberia can get money that can leave our country? And there's a video I think on social media. I think there's a train or what carrying our resources out of the country. I think some posts that train.
Going to the port of Buchanan.
Yeah, that's a train even from Nima Yekepa to Buchanan. That's the Azamika train.
Out of the country.
Can people mute?
You know the thing.
You're talking mute.
No, Tomalin, one of the things I see here is.
Yeah,
Liberia send money send money to Liberia every year, right? every day. Money go Liberia. Yet and still again, the people that's the money that was in the economy there, going in the Lebanese people pocket, in the people pocket. From there, they take it. Now, I'll tell you the story. The people giving one work permit, $1,000 for one work permit. That's why they're giving Liberian get a job. Because if I will come bring my drivers to come drive for me, I bring foreigner drive for me. And you want to work with a work permit, so you sell it to them. Get it for $1,000 or for one work permit. You got Liberians doing the same job, foreigner doing it in Liberia, but they pay them $3,000, one making $600 a month.
Yeah.
But Tomalin, you know what? Let me say the diaspora Liberians, before the way we can support political parties, maybe there's a group that is formed to just donate enough money that we give it to these different political parties and say, you know what? We will pick a group of people, they will go to Liberia and we'll use their money just to send them, the people who choose to go, especially when it comes to election time, to educate the people from county to county what they should look for in a person before they vote for them. Not to go tell them to vote for your party person. No. Go tell them, say, this is how you should look at this before you vote. Voters education. Give them the information and let them make a decision. It could be another way to help to change the country, but we have to join forces to change this country with love. It cannot be people back and forth for political parties. Our country going down the drain. And you don't know how long you get here. You want to tell me you want to live on it and see like brother where it is and God call you. The thing when you thinking about it, it's so mind blowing in a way that you just can't imagine. It's sad when we go to Liberia. I come to Liberia every year, and I think I stopped in the pandemic, and then later on I started last year again. I stopped in 2020 and I started last year again to start going. I'm probably go there this year. I don't know yet. But when you see your brother, look, I don't know the people who go to Liberia and go for vacation and enjoy it. I don't know how they do it. Because when I go to Liberia, I cannot. When I see my young brothers and sisters, some of the training I can bring. In fact, I came to Liberia, I saw the little boy in the studio, Henry. I took them all with me and they had some fun time together, and we sat down and talked. And I brought some of them, one or two of them from in the interior. They came to meet me at D Calabash. They're trying to tell you that the problem is that I got in the car to go to my hotel. I was so sad the whole night, thinking I in the street on Broad Street, on the other street, I see the people walking. You can see this disdain on their faces. Some of them hungry, some of them worrying whether they found money from the send their children to school. Some of them just they're not to themselves because of medical issue. Some of them ain't got nowhere to stay. The other woman, she said she wanted to get her child, so she just wanted to eat at the hospital and stood up there and was looking for somebody. And she went to one woman, you can take my child and just take care. I don't have money. And the woman went and carried her to the police station. But she just never had nowhere to go. She didn't have food to eat. She didn't know how she was going to get a next meal from to feed her two children. So the people going through a lot. The people in government that can change the thing and they are not changing it are called a wickedness in high places. It's so painful to see our people like that. And we are not hard to please, like we are not hard to please at all. Why you're doing this? That's why I said we don't like one another. And that's the problem.
Tomalin, I want you to be very cautious because what the lawmakers got all the money. So they are now building their own radio stations. They are doing. I mean, if we are going to be
I was
serious,
going to
we
speak to that.
Yes. I mean, we have competing interests. These guys don't want to do. They know who you are. They know what you are capable of doing. They're building their own radio station. I met a guy who is the president of the Liberian Rural Radio System. Big operation. He came up with a project and made a proposal to the CDC. Said, this is what you need to do if you want to get your message across to the entire country. The guy said, Mobile Molu called a meeting with them. They came from all over the country. They met in Monrovia. They paid their own way and got into the forum. And the man who called the meeting never showed up. Can you imagine these people from all over the country coming because they are concerned what their people are telling them in the local community, and they came to Monrovia to express to the government, not to support, but just to tell you what they are doing. Maybe you can address some of them. They assembled. And you who called them, you didn't show up, and these people got stuck in Monrovia. I was in Monrovia, I was in Buchanan, and the guy met me there. He was telling me, I mean, I was shocked. And I hope I'm not blowing my own cover here, but when I go to Liberia, one of the embassies hosts me, right? But for me and these folks to be walking, just leave and go to Monrovia and see. Sometimes I look at their faces. These people, I mean, we are riding around. How you feel comfortable when you leave the embassy compound and you step outside? It's complete filth, nastiness. I don't even want to. And they sit there. Go ahead, Chief.
I think you have a caller. Yeah.
Yeah, they call after this caller. We have having 2 more calls, and we're done for the calls, and we'll start closing. Go ahead, caller, you live.
Good evening, guys. This is Dwight Port calling from Texas. How you guys doing?
Great.
Dwight, long time.
Yeah, I know. Chime in once in a while. Yeah, a long time listener of the closing argument, and I think this might be my first call to you guys because, I mean, especially what Johnny talked about. You know, that's why I told you, Tomalin, we got to sometimes divorce all of politics and bring these bread and butter issues, especially when he talked about Tootie. Tootie is where my mom is from, and that's where I saw the refuge during the war. I went back there a couple of years ago, no change in that place. No change. And this is where we have one of the military barracks, right?
Yeah, Camp Tootie.
So how your security, one of your security apparatus in the country don't have one of the best rules for access for these military personnel when they go back and forth? Do you know you go to that place, you will see military men on bikes? Do you know what it does to people back or spine when they're on bike all day long? But that's besides the point. I'm just going to talk on these. I think I put there where you guys saw 103 lawmaker times the 45,000. Even if it's just 45,000, we're talking about $4.6 million on cars. And I'm going to talk to the issue that's dear to my heart: education and healthcare. Because I'm a nurse. Education is one of the things that I don't understand why. And you know, is a friend of mine. We went to school together and everything. And I frowned on him when he said education wasn't important. And I prayed that he one day would come and tell it like, well, look, it was campaign rhetoric. Education is important. Do you know the last school that was built in Liberia was built in a public school? Was 40 years ago, Samuel Doe?
Yep.
Wow.
40 years ago. And mind you now, this was the man would say he was an 8th grader. But they were building schools around Liberia. Tell me, let one lawmaker stand and say when he proposed a bill to build public schools around at least the 15 counties in Liberia. But they got money to build their own schools, though. They all got schools. But they can't build one adequate public school for our kids. They drive by these children every day. Look, I hope sometimes I wish to have an audience with some of the people that are in leadership. I know people say I use all kind of, drastic measures. But look, there has to be a law in the country that no kid should be seen in the streets of Monrovia during school hours. I know they got afternoon school and all that. In fact, no kids should go to afternoon school. Any kid that is in the street selling, that parent or the guardian should pay a fine. There should be no kid of school age in the streets of Monrovia or whatever, or the 243,000 miles in our country that should be selling in the streets between 8 and 1:30 or 8 and 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It shouldn't be, because the ignorance in our country is one of the things you cannot hammer. I'll come to another point. Look at it. The mediocrity stuff that Ty Wombly, a guy from the United States, you understand me, goes to Liberia and build that makeshift object and expect our people to dance for him. Why do some of the people leave from the diaspora go and just swim in the mud in Liberia? I don't get it. I really do not. Sorry that I'm a little passionate, because that's how I speak to issues. You understand me? How can a president pro tem car cost $59,000 for maintenance? So that means if she saw it for 6 years, do you know how much that is? And you can't build one school. You can't. Liberia doesn't even have a library. I went to school at Memorial Demonstration Elementary School. In the evening when I leave, I would pass to the Republic Library. I used to be on Ashburn Street, right opposite the Secure Pavilion. That's where I used to go and read. You understand me? Tell me if we got any library in our country. We don't. You can line up 7 kids, and maybe 2 of them know how to turn on a laptop or computer. What's wrong with our people? Why our boys and women leave and win these senators and representative bid, and they just forget our people? We frown on people. Oh, they used to go to the rural part and bring our people in town. They never educated them. Guess what? The very native people now go and bring in other people, children to serve them. When are we going to change, guys? Sorry to take all your time, but it's so much to unpack, and I just had to call and chime in. I mean,
do I continue preaching, my brother? You're talking the right thing.
Yeah, this is it. I mean, let's come to the election issue. Georgia, my buddy, we all know each other, okay? But tell me why that 87% of the electorate, 87% combined, voted for George Weah and Joseph Boycott. Are these the only sharpest knife we have in the draw? For what, 3 elections, these people need to be on the ballot? Tomalin, think about it, bro. If this was a football team, I mean,
that guy's a smart guy.
Here too. If Liberia was a football team, right, with this kind of record, that you got 355,000 kids, street kids, Dylan didn't see them. Sir Joseph see them, Yeke see them, Bono from Babalu County see them. And you okay? We're seeing kids, 355,000. Now I'm giving you statistics from George Weah time. I don't know what it is now. 355,000 street kids, 57,000 kids addicted to drugs. Come on, guys. That's why I said sometimes we just need to divorce politics and talk about these hard issues, because the people do not know. They don't know. Ty Wombly went and built that chicken nest over there. This is a guy who spent maybe half of his adult life in the United States. And you go, his Gucci shoes and sunglasses he wears is more expensive than that thing he built over there for people. Are you kidding me? And he got a picture up with him in, maybe that suit costs about $400. Are you serious? We got to get this thing right, guys. We got to get this thing right. We need to leave these people and talk about politics all the time, and bring Johnny on all the time. He's been to all the 15 counties. Let him come and speak to the issue, especially when he talk about Tony. I'm from right there. My mom is from there. Fair Polo, that's where she's from. When I go there, I always go back home. Come on, guys. We built up, my family, my wife's daughter and I built a school. Some of you guys contributed to that school in Bentalala. It's like literally, I posted a video today on my page driving to that place. less than 27 miles between Benton and Crusoeville. Benton is the capital city of Montserrat. Go look at the sign at Benton, bro. It's like it haven't been painted in years. Come on, where's our dignity? Like I was telling you, we don't need to go to Liberia to see the carnage and see the ignorance that go on. You can see it when people post pictures. And I always tell them, yeah, the country is bad, but why do you post pictures? Look at the real estate thing when people advertising apartment and things. I mean, every facet of the country needs a retool, bro. Chris, you can speak to that. Look at some of the results report. You see the thing is like a grave site. Then you tell them that you want to rent it out to someone. How you rent a place to someone and you got clothes hanging all on the lines? You got commode filled with feces. Look, we're better than this, man. We got to hammer this thing home, and it's so hard that we, like I was telling someone the other day, too. I said, look, we got the wrong people with the microphones, right? I'm not bashing on the people that are in entertainment, but who wants to come on a platform and just cuss people mind back? Why we got these people dominating our space? When are we, like the panel you got, when are you guys going to take this thing and say, you know what? We're not going to talk about who's sleeping with who anymore. This is not Liberia. We got to do better than this. But if you check the platform, you got 7 women on the platform cussing everybody. Is that us? That's not us. We have to change the narrative. And it has to start here in Liberia. But because some of the people come out there and cuss, they got 17,000 people viewing him. Look at you today. Every time you guys leave work and come, sometimes I hear Grace talking until she loses her voice. Just trying to hammer home intelligence. But how many people do you guys get on your panel? How many? It's that we have just settled for this mediocrity, for the ignorance, and we just let it ride. We got to take this thing back. We have to preach to our people and say, look, we are in the diaspora. We know better. We would have you guys come across the line. It's so much to unpack, but I had to call in, man, because I've been writing so long. I'm like, I don't want people to think I'm some kind of, fake profile or whatever. But I'm sure some of you guys know me. But
man, who know you, man? Thank you for your input, man.
There's so many things to unpack, bro. We grew up in Monrovia. Look, I took my wife and daughter home 2 years ago. We stay indoors most of the time because they're like, no, I can't go out. My wife grew up right there by Roller. She couldn't even recognize the place. What is that? Then you got more Ali go there and build some water tank. And talking about he spent $250,000. How did guys learn how to steal? I cannot get it. I don't understand it. I mean, I just can't grasp that concept that you got out of your neighborhood, that you lived in, you and your boys, you to eat together, bowl, you share the same plate, spoon, come butter, you're together, and then you get to power and you say, you know what, I'm gonna make it here, there 200,000 spent for it. Are you kidding me? Do these guys pray? There's a church for every 2 miles in Liberia. There's a mosque for every 5 miles. How these guys drive by these places to watch it and are okay with stealing from poor people, brother? I just cannot understand. I can't. It's so hard sometimes to stomach the thing. I mean, I drive to work. I'm in a state of soliloquy. I'm like, this is not right. My wife and I, we talk about the thing. We go to bed. We get up in the morning. We talk. When she's driving there, these are the things we talk. What happened in that country? It's still, we still trying to get it. Our ancestors, our old people, they need to educate us. What happened?
Okay.
Some kind of pill?
Mr. Ford, can I ask you one question, please?
A couple of rice. And you vote for them.
Mr. Ford.
What guy in District 14? That was a citizen. What a guy.
Mr. Ford, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead, sir. Hey, go ahead.
Yeah, the same thing I said last week to Mr. Tomalin George and everybody else. The posts of the world, the givens of the world, the Tomalins of the world, the grace of the world, the gays of the world that can do something to change the country. We are here. So let's say charity begins at home. Is Poor willing to take the sacrifice and go to Todi and run? Is Gaiman willing to leave and go to Bassa and run? Is Tomalin ready to go back to Magibi and do something? Are we ready to, we're just going to sit here and talk and 29 come and gone? We have to take the man. We have to go there and be the change that we want. Are we willing to do this?
Yes. But the thing about it too, man, you always in Liberia. You hold conversation with these people, right? You are ingrained into the politics of Liberia. For me, I have a lot of shortcomings. There are things I need to learn. There's some different laws, article of the Constitution, and all of that. I got a copy right here with me. I don't take my time to read it. You cannot just jump into these things if you don't know the local politics. You understand me? Like I was telling Grace today, she said yesterday she had a dinner on. I saw her to take you guys down. I know you've been on all day. Dinner was there. Hey, Jamie, you know it. Tomalin, you know it. Okay? Chris, you probably just getting to know it. Anthony knows it. Dinner was against that dual citizenship. Jamie, you know.
I said it yesterday.
Yeah. Exactly. That boy was, at that time, he was not into running for Senate. Maybe he had ran and failed, right? That guy, I had a heated argument. Do you know Dylan blocked me from that his so-called intellectual forum?
Yeah, I'm blocked too.
He had to talk on that thing. He blocked me. Do you know when Dylan unblocked me? When he came to ANC function in Dallas, my wife and I was there. And at the time, Liberia Party Secretary General was Philip Schwab. And Schwab and I was sitting there, and he came. Oh, Dwight Port. I said, yeah, what's up? You blocked me. He said, oh, no. Because my wife was there, you were embarrassed. My wife was saying, Dwight, what you did that? I said, I don't do anything to me. I was just asking you a point. He was against that dual citizenship. Do you know when he accepted that? When George Weah came and said, look, we got to adopt this policy. It's not right that the geniuses from Liberia are outside and they can't come and contribute. That's when Dylan flipped. And when he got to find out that the diaspora, I contributed to him because my brother in Minnesota was helping him. He called me and said, Dwight, forget anything. I'm happy with you and Dylan. I contributed to him because one of his polling stations was right there where I grew up on Yippo Street, Mama Point. You understand me? That's when he knew that the diaspora was a cash cow, and I would tell him to invest. You understand me? We cannot be grassroots candidates, and then when we get the power, okay, we're running $85,000 car. $85,000 car can build 2 elementary schools in rural part of Liberia.
Yep.
You understand me? Come on, guys. 92% of the people in the House of Representatives are indigenous Liberian. Can you still got what people in poverty?
So, Port, we're going to take you for it that in Todi, where your parents come from, come 2029, you are going to be on the ground doing the work. You made it.
Trust me.
You brought the news here today.
No longer people align me with the ANC, but I'm no longer with the ANC. I'm now with the grassroots development movement with African. I know you're called my candidate. He was a coach. He was this. But hey, I'm the Secretary General of GDM. I've been the Secretary General. We started our party here, and we're going to be on the ballot. We want to find somebody in that place. Maybe Johnny can go there and run because Johnny knows everything over there. These are the people we need. We don't need people who just come.
Yeah, Port, me kind 1 minute. Port, Liberian people don't like people like me. I have experienced it. Port, I contested in Lofa in 2020. Port, I'm the only candidate that went to 103 towns. And because my idea was to make sure people understand why I want to become a senator and what I'll be doing in line with my duty to improve the standard of living, their health, and education, and all the things they're doing there. And when I'm leaving, I don't have enough money to give them, and I go out. Somebody else come with no message, no kind of like telling them how we do things. And these 20,000, 100,000 I bring out there, that person is the big guy, that person wins the number.
That's it.
However, I'm not going to rest because I believe I have an obligation to my people, and whatever way I'm going to make my way to go back, I will do it. But like you said, every one of us on this show have an obligation. It's not, it ain't gotta be only that you contest to be a person in the house, but even by just being on the show and saying those things that will create enlightenment. That's what I always say to somebody on the show. It's not be about just trying to condemn issue. Let's try to make the discussion in a way that Liberians will learn and know their country and know how to decide. Like I said on this show, I said we need to discuss the Liberian Constitution. Article 2,
right.
honor general principles. This is where you should know that the government has this obligation to us. You know, and that obligation is not that you come as an individual and build a bridge, build a school for others who say you are doing well. No. Why are you not discussing and arguing that the national budget has the funding to build it so we can say our government is doing this for us? So the individualistic projects are not good example for leadership. If you are in the government as a senator or representative or minister or whatever, you must ensure that the national budget has funding to provide the means for the people in the community. Let them feel the benefit of their country and their government. You understand? But other than that, you don't argue that we put money in the budget for bridges, for schools, for roads, right? But then you become representative or senator, then you say, I will build a bridge that costs 100,000. Okay, so what's your income? What is your income to build a bridge 100,000? You understand? What's the income to build a bridge that costs 50,000, whatever? So, but if the national budget satisfies, for example, right? And the past budget, let me put my own country in the space. Every electoral district was allocated 100,000 for what they call a legislative project. Then in the same county, no, I'm coming now, right? So Lofa has 5 representatives. So Lofa was giving 500,000, total. Then the 2 senators, each of them got 150,000. That's 300,000. So 300,000 plus 500,000, 800,000. So why not put that money in the budget under the supervision of the county superintendent, the county government? Let them manage it, and then they can report to you in the area of oversight responsibility. But then the amount is allocated under the legislative project, even though the money doesn't go in the representative's hand, but the representative has a role in determining what that money will be used for in his or her district. It is in our court meeting where he will decide who will be on the committee to go to that meeting. He will decide what will be done in the community. Then they say it was done through the project because he was representing a senator.
Because
so
that's a re-election project.
Exactly, and this is wrong for us. And as a result of that, look, gentlemen, let's force some money. Right? Let's say send 2,000 and let's say 6 or 8. This idea of legislative project being going on in the country. Let's assess the entire country. Where is the impact? Let's go back to Nima County. Nima County received $1.5 million from ArcelorMittal every year for social development.
Yep.
Right? So in 5 years, what had Nima County gotten? Then compare that money to Nima County physical appearance. Then you know that the country has problem. If a country receives $1.5 million every year from ArcelorMittal, why are the people looking for creeks and rivers? Simple thing. If you can decide to spend 50,000 to get yourself 2 borehole machines in Nima County, and they spend 6 months in the dry season to go to every community to do borehole wells and supply safe drinking water to the community, isn't that beneficial to them? Would that not save them from waterborne diseases? But people don't think of those things. And when we discuss these things from our perspective, they tell us we know too much book. The ones who will go and just say, look, I came here and I will bring football jersey, I will do this one, do that one, and the person gets some money, everybody go celebrate, you become the best candidate. So ignorance is our problem here. So I want to say to us here on closing argument, we must begin to educate people based on our Liberian Constitution. The provision, I talk about the principle, guiding principle. Let's discuss it over and over. Let people get to understand what we're doing. And let's try and see we can connect closing argument to all the stations in all the counties. I think we'll make an impact, like Goodman said. Thank you.
That's true, though. And I want to say, look, again, they say every day you have who's your MVP for the night. I think Dwight, I will tell you,
MVP,
you're the MVP for the night. You have done it.
Thank you.
And you have made. Johnny, you started it, and you see what happened. You switch the whole conversation around, the narrative, and honestly, it was necessary that you provoked this conversation. And today, people are saying, telling me, my man, good conversation we had. Now, and also, Gamer, you bringing the issue that we should take this to the rural areas. Is that what we should do? Let's take the message there. And like I said, is this election are coming? It's a time for the diaspora to make the impact be felt. You can't be sending millions of dollars to Liberia for every year, and then you're not having no voice. Look, like I was saying, right? The guy in Burkina, I think in Gabon, Burkina, one of the military countries.
Burkina Faso.
No, Tomalin, let me disagree with you. Like, you're the one brought UP in office. The diaspora brought UP in office. The diaspora pool, y'all brought UP in office. Y'all the one on all the show.
Let me learn now, brother. So what I'm saying is this now. The guy, they signed all the mineral development agreement, right? When the guy took over, he was sending it over 500 billion on living. I said, no. And that happened. They said about, we have construction agreement with your country. He said, no. You're going to sue about, you don't carry it. They're going to stay here. And that's the kind of thing we need Liberia. Revisit all the construction agreements and say, let's revisit them. And let's see what is in it for the country. Look at the recently assigned CTND. They're talking about the Freeport Monrovia. People celebrating because I'm going to get 40% of it. But you know what happened to that deal before? Look,
a bad deal.
You guys have touched the core of our country's problem, and that's why we should focus now. Let's go to the rural areas, take our message there, and let us see how best people can understand. Because look, at the end of the day, that Johnny said, it is true. We have had good candidates running in Liberia, good candidates who mean well for the country. But at the end of the day, the people will look at you and say, "My man, you not happy? Now your time, man. That Anthony time. Yeah, your time can't yet." It meant that he said, "Look, he said, I want this for you. I don't want to pay. I want to help this country." The president said, "Me, before I even run for the office, this is my worth. I worth this. This is what I worth." But then you say the man, but the person who telling you who running up and say, "Wait, what the worth? They want more than even 100,000 say, but the person coming for your open." That's why the problem facing our country. You want to
just go ahead now, calm down.
But Mr. Port, man, look, thank you. You're the MVP of the day, man. You stole the night, and thank you so much. You stole the night, and we appreciate you, man. Look, I want to say thank you, Johnny. Go ahead.
Before I go, let me just, I noticed you guys have a bike, so you can count me in for at least the first 20 gallons of gas that will go to that.
Thank you so much.
Oh wow.
Thank you so much.
The Port like
thank you so much.
Organization, the Port Liberia Child initiated. They're based in Liberia.
Thank you so much.
I'll send them. Just let me know who to send the money to.
Yeah, I was saying information. Thank you so much. We appreciate it so much. Thank you, brother.
Thanks for having me. Good night, guys.
Thank you, man.
Sorry for screaming.
No, you told the show, man.
Liberia is all we have.
Yes.
All we have.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys. Have a good night. And
thank you.
Hey, let's keep it pushing.
Okay.
We can do this.
Thank you. Guys, look, honestly, yeah, we can close now. But I'll tell you, Johnny, thank you, man. You changed the whole narrative. They changed the show.
Johnny changed the show
and then Port came in and he just spiced everything. And look, right now, and give me a better idea. We should go to the rural areas. I think that we should be heading now low because when we can make an impact, we can change our country. If we're really serious, we can do it. We shouldn't. We got 4 more years, right? 4 more years to do something. But again, the problem that we'll face, even if we are divided, somewhere around the line, we should come together for the common good of the country. Yes, we should come for the common good. Yeah, so that and then therefore like bro first. And the reason why you guys in the diaspora you can do it because honestly, you have all the safety nets. Like right now, you got Social Security, you got Medicare. You got everything. You got your 401k. Forget what happened right now. Trump 4 years won't pass. Your money will be there. So when you retire, and mind you, I see people on the street in Liberia, right? Every day they go there, right? They guys just sit down there. They all they do on the Myean, they must get a check from there. They relax. So that they can sit down there, drink their fufu and soup. They living good on weekend and go to their farms. Enjoy their farm, come back, and they're chilling. But and they enjoy life. They ride AC. Because they invested well. America helped prepare them. That's why they're doing it for. But look, let's do our closing, man. It was a great show. Let's do our closing.
Yeah, it was. This has been a very great show tonight. And I would like to thank Tuat Post for calling in. He has some very good things to say. I hope people listen and let it sink in because sometimes we just listen to, we don't listen to let it sink. And a lot of Liberians going through what he's going through, including us here. That's why we are here, because we all going through the same, or that sometimes it's kind of emotional when you see your country in that state. You know, we talk about it in our beds with our significant others. We talk about it with our friends. Some people have given up. They say, you know what, I remove myself from this. I'm not going to let it. Some people get old, somebody in their growing gray hair now on the platform and talking. So all those things. And so, you know, we need to hold together. The thing is that most of the politicians, they use the diaspora Liberians. They don't want us to be in the decision making, but they want us to give our money. And so some of us have opened our eyes to that, okay, I will have to be in the decision making because if I give in my money, then I should be able to make decisions as well. So, you know, I hope Liberians, diaspora Liberians are opening their eyes to these different little things. And then together we can change Liberia, regardless of the political parties that we're in, regardless of the people that we support. At the end of the day, we all got to put Liberia first for it to be a better place. And you can tell from the last election that we're not putting Liberia first. This is where we get ourselves in right now, because people went to the polling stations with sentiments, you know, love, you know, for people instead of love for country. And that's why I always check on that point, you know. And it's sad to see our people the way somebody was saying, oh, you know, the people who living there now, because we entitled to our social security and to our retirement money. So all of us can go to Liberia and really live well. But how do you feel living very well when your neighbors don't have electricity? I used to stop in one house in Liberia when I go there in Hotel Africa area. And when you in a compound, it's like you're in the States. As soon as you come outside, you just get drained. Like, damn, the people suffering. So it used to even bother me at that. So, you know, I don't know how to live among people who are just very poor, and I'm just up there because, you know, our neighborhood you live in, you know, you live in a certain neighborhood with a certain kind of people. So everybody don't live in the same neighborhood. So when you go to Liberia, it's kind of hard for you when you see one person come from the mansion, and as soon as you drive 5 minutes, you just see all the poor people around. So I hope for us to do better because we can change this. It doesn't take much to develop Liberia. It doesn't take long. Start from the NHS sector. How come Liberia is still dark in this day and age? People rationing current. How? Everybody around us got electricity 24/7, water running through this. How is it the people still can't face this thing? It's still mind blowing to me. Well, it was nice being here. Thank you so much for having me. And you know, I
Thank you.
appreciate you guys on the platform. And thank God that we can disagree to agree. Have a good evening.
Yeah, more about it, more than
No man, more. Some old lady Abidjan, Mario, that's it. The dwepo who thought, hey, if I do Abidjan, you know how beautiful.
Yeah, let's do our closing. Anthony, do our closing so we can.
Yeah,
we'll
but in all fairness, Tomalin, great show, and we ought to talk about the bread and butter issue of Liberia. I think that Mr. Gaiman talked about it earlier. You know, the lawmakers themselves and government officials now have come up with this way to control almost all of the media in Liberia, in the various districts and community and cities and whatnot. This idea of allocating $100,000 to a representative or $150,000 to a senator is a clever act by all of the lawmakers when they saw in the last election 15 of their colleagues did not return to the Senate. So there is a collaborative effort for them to remain in power. So the institute, remember, it was then $30,000 during the George Weah time, right? When we all frowned upon them, even at one point, Dillon returned $7,500 because he had already spent the other $7,500 of the first $15,000 he received out of the $30,000. We graded about it. Now they came out with a new strategy, right? Wherein a representative will receive $100,000 and a senator will receive $150,000. That is about $11.8 million annually for the next 6 years. This is something that President Walker signed onto, right? A man who came into office to rescue Liberia, rewarding lawmakers to get extra money. They refuse to put that money in the country budget, and so lawmakers can undertake projects just so they be re-elected. Part of the reason many folks came from the diaspora, particularly went back to Liberia and contested the election and won the election. That happened within my district number 2, Grand Julius County. a registered nurse from Maryland County, Honorable Mary Johnson, won her Senate representative race in Grangita without, being part of them, because she had her own money, she invested, and she did what she gonna do. So now they don't want it. That's one of the reasons they long campaign vigorously for the restriction to be included in the dual citizenship bill. And he came here yesterday and denied that. I'm glad Duaport came here because I remember vividly he and Duaport going back and forth with that situation on the Dillon. Remember yesterday, I told you guys about the Dillon in the lecturer forum that we all used to go to class. They don't used to be lecturing us. Duaport used to be part of that class. But at some point, Dwyer and him fell apart, and Dwyer realized that, hey, we in the diaspora play an integral role with the economy. We remain up to, $250+ million annually. I think it has gone up now to 300 million, if I'm not mistaken, right? So this thing here about lawmaker getting extra money, it's not in the best interest of the people. It is for them to have enough money in their pocket so they can go. We have the longest serving lawmaker in Grangita County, Zoe Penu, who I'm going to be contesting against 2029. And guess what? He has zero accomplishment legislate in the county. But what he does, he buy baby tough. Somebody gave birth and call him, you go and buy baby tough for them. They will be so excited because he bought them baby tough. Is that what you're going to brag about after 18 years of being in office? 18 years, my people, right? So we ought to talk about this thing now. Does voter registration work in Liberia? Education work in Liberia? Yes. May his soul rest in peace, Honorable Ira Madison Guion. We supported him from the diaspora. I was on the radio twice weekly in Grangita County, and we advocated for him. And he won against the CDC, candidate who currently replacing on the by-election. What's his name? Jeremiah Sokan. But CDC supported him vigorously. They did a lot of work at the last minute, 2 months of the election, and we defeated them because we in the diaspora from the county worked together, and when we were able to do that. So yes, voter education actually works. If you put in the work, it does work. Because I was on the radio twice a week educating folks about, why we should pick Ira Madison Guion and what he's going to do for the people. And he was delivering. Unfortunately, a life cut short from, brief illness. So there were we are with things. And so we need to have this conversation. I think to Johnny for awakening this conversation, and thank to Duaport for, cementing it. So yes, we need to be having this conversation. Tomalin, I'll inbox you after the show. I don't like to do public promises, so something about that bike. I'm gonna do my little thing behind closed door.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys, man. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. And Johnny, again, I want to say, then you provoke a national conversation that's touched the core of our country's problem, and then Dwight just climaxed it with he gave the how to call it. He gave you were the guest speaker tonight. Yeah, he gave the sermon, man. The message for the night came from him, and he spoke. And many people texting me and saying that he really touched the core of our country's problem, and we should not take it for granted. And we should focus. I think Johnny or somebody said, I think you gave me that we should focus on the rural areas. We should not focus too much on Monrovia now. Let's move forward. Then you come. Take that too and come, because it's tough. It's tough. It's tough.
Thank you. Let me close. Thank you very much, Mr. George and Anthony and Johnny. Thank you very much. You see, when people are talking with passion, okay, you can feel it. I was in Buchanan, and like I say, I was in my keke, and somebody came and said, all the money you pay to transport your Hummer, why are you not driving your Hummer? And I told them, just like someone said, you want me to drive Hummer in Buchanan? You want me to drive Hummer where these people can barely get a motorbike? You see, like you said, pregnant women on motorbike. What happened to your conscience? Why? Because I brought Hummer to Liberia, so everywhere I go, I should just drive it and be a big shot to show off. No. So someone said it. How do you feel when you build an executive mansion surrounded by hot and poor people? You become the target, but we don't see that. So a great show. Like I said, we need to listen to the people a little more, a lot more, and then we can come up with strategies. So when these folks start coming with their stolen money in 2029, just giving everybody money that don't belong to them, they can be well isolated. They can be well insulated to say, I was warned. I know what was coming. I'm prepared for this. Thank you very much for the show.
Thank you, everybody, man. We appreciate it. And look, guys,
Yeah.
Johnny,
So Tomalin, you the last.
Yeah, Johnny, go ahead.
Yeah. So let me say, Grace, thank you. Even though she's left, Anthony and Mr. Gilman, I think I've been following you guys.
Johnny,
on
you
the
come
show.
on town, flat town. You talk about flat town. I say, what the man do my grandma town?
Wait. Get 1 minute. Get you no flat town.
I've been there. I was a kid that passed through that town.
Yeah, I went to that town on motorcycle. Just give me get that great. I went to that town on motorcycle. But then I was doing research work. I was doing communities that are closer to urban communities that are far away to assess access to justice and development work. And I found that town on a map, close to Kavala River.
Yes.
And I told my research.
You can walk
And I told
45 minutes to an hour to Kavara. Yep.
yeah, so I told the research assistant then was a guy from Oxford University, Salah Bidiki, and I said I'll go to this committee to know what's happening at the level. You won't believe it. I drove the motorcycle. I got in Zia Town. I asked for the road. They said the road is closed since in the 70s was a logging place around there. The road got closed.
Logging company road.
And the logging road was on the map. So I had a map laying on the bar of the motorcycle, and I drove on the footpath. You won't believe that, Anthony. I drove on the footpath all the way, and I got in gate in Flattown. But the interesting thing again, as a cultural person from Lofa, I saw similarity of what I see in Lofa in Flattown.
The same people.
The only difference was the language.
Yep.
Exactly. Only was the language. Everything that happened there is exactly what I know happens in my home in Lofa. And I spent 2 nights there. And it is from that town I realized that some people who try to create issue with Gio and Kran, they are not doing well for Liberia. I met 4 Gio women in our village, far away from urban Kranji there.
Yep.
They were in Flattown. They have gone to farm to buy meat animal from the bush. And they were living in Flattown, waiting for the hunters to go in the bush, kill animals, and they can come and buy from them. And they were giving 4 Gio women. And that was my 5th time going out. So I said, wait, I'm in Monrovia, I'm hearing that crying Gio have
we are
issues.
interrelated.
But how come these 4 Gio women are way here? I mean, it's like you would do anything today in that village, nobody will get to know. Flattown is far. Flattown people, in fact, they transfer more into they transfer more into Liberian money than Liberian dollar.
Yep. Because it's closer to Africa.
Yes. So but let me just say this, Tomalin. I mean, let me appreciate God for my life and for the opportunity I have to work with several, professional groups to go around Liberia. And I think I see it also always as preparing me for the service that God has for me for Liberia. I know what's happening in every county. I mean, I know all the towns, but I know that the Crampo has 16 sections, 16 different crime in Grand Gide. I know that very well.
That is true.
And I can distinguish the accent from each of the group. The Bowo, the Chien, the Bazon, the Putu, the Glio, the Tuabo. I mean, God has blessed me with ears. I get into has few days where you are understanding your language. To some extent, I will know the difference between the language. But look, gentlemen, and my sister Grace, Liberia is all that we have, and let's make Liberia our issue. We all may have different political persuasion, but we all want to see Liberia better. You know what I'm saying? And Liberia has a lot of low-hanging fruits that we can capitalize on now to handle and solve some problems before going to the middle level and high level fruits. So let's do our best. Let's love Liberia, and let's make sure that Liberia has everything. Our children need to be served with better education, better health, better facility. Energy and water are issues. Health is an issue. Education is an issue. Right now it's about to rain. I can promise you when the rain starts, we get different story about the roads again in the counties. Wherever there's no paved quota road, when it starts raining, we get different story. In the southeast, In Lofa, in Bapuru, we start hearing stories about the road being bad because once the rain and the heavy trucks have to go up to carry goods and services, of course, the road will get bad because the trucks are heavier, they will turn, there will be friction on the road, and the mud will be created. And of course, then we'll have people getting stuck in the mud during the rain season time. Well, let we keep pushing our government to consider those things that are good for us. Let our people decide to cut down their benefits. Lastly, I heard somebody telling me that the port manager of Freeport takes $2,500 every month for housing allowance, almost $3,000 for scratch card. To call where? To call where, Tomalin? Where I work, I receive $50 on my phone for both scratch card and data. And that doesn't even finish on the month and it gets added. And I make calls every other day to the counties and places where we work. All the 15 counties, I call people that I call chiefs, I call women leaders to find out what they're doing there, how are things happening, how are they carrying on with everything. And my money doesn't finish. So why should a minister or somebody carry scratch card for $3,000? $3,000 scratch card, 3,000, even 300. Too many, Anthony, 3,000 for scratch card. If you hire a borehole machine for let's say a month, even in Magibi County. No, let's go to Magibi. Look at someone like Wong. I know if any of you have been to Wong, number one. Look at someone like Wong. Right? The road to Wong. Then beyond Wong, they are committed beyond Wong. There's a place called Kenwu in Grand Basso, between Basso and Magibi, Kenwu. I went to that place, I gave up on my country. So the little Morocco we got with few roads that we got black water wasting quota. When we there, we feel so good. We don't know what happened to our people in the interior. Right here, might give you 4 zone. 4 zone, red, where you can be in red, put your voice in 4 zone, might give you 4 zone, get a little town. Maybe a place of about 15 or 20 houses. The people cannot access it, drinking water, they're drinking from creek. 4 zone. Right here, as soon before you reach Kehleboe, you turn right, maybe in 20 minutes you drive right there. 4 zone. Man, people are big, young man. Like, bro, should be better than this. Let's put our selfish attitude away. Let's be people's center. Let me make our people happy for once. People were born in the 60s. They're not seeing good left. They few more years ago and then enjoy a little bit of thing for their country. But thank you and thank you everybody for having the show. I hope I will have time again to join you guys. I'm running around from place to place, but anytime I have time, I will join it. Even for 20, 30 minutes, I will do to make my contribution. But thank you so much. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you, man. Thank you for really provoking the conscience of our country, man. Provoking it, that's a clarion call that we all should not ignore. We should take it seriously, man. Let's focus on it. I pray that everybody who will go Liberia try to visit one rural part of the country. At least spend one night there. Go try to sacrifice. Go there, and see what happens. And get a fee for yourself.
And 21, I even talked to my man Lofa. I said we gotta find, because he called me that he's in town. I said, Lofa, I gotta try and take you to one of the remote or 2 communities before you go back. So I hope I will get him tomorrow and we can play something for the weekend because I want to go to Bangladesh weekend.
Yeah, brother. I know I'll be there. So I'll be there. I'll definitely be there this year. Just that let me take care of my health first. I'll be there soon. And I really want to visit countries I've not visited before. I want to visit Lofa. I want to visit Bapuru. I want to visit Grand Jide. I want to visit Sino. Even where my father's from, River Says. I haven't gone there before. I want to go River Says. I want to go.
We'll go Hondo.
Somebody will go home.
Trust me. I used to during the war. I used to do fishing. We used to fishing in Orange
Grove. I say we're going home. Somebody will go for night hunting.
We should go in the
night. We'll do night hunting. Night hunting in the forest.
I won't lie. It was my name. Still be back.
That night hunting is easy. You can see the clear action and light bulb.
Tout thing I don't know. Mistake, man. They fight the man. Still, I beg you, yeah. Water. I don't follow around water at all. But the fishing we do, we just stay on the land. The man take the net in the night. The fish go at night. The fish don't see.
No, don't see good clear.
You throw the fish there. Bukana can inside the ticket, put in the kino. But by daybreak, they gotta come. We're doing a battle system. We sell you fish. We get our rest. I was operating in war in Orange Grove there. Yeah. So I was operating there, but Yeah, but I won't lie to you. I would not risk going in that. Somebody can fire me and say, that man.
Mistake.
I beg you. I don't want to move for now. When I finish doing the hunting, in the morning we'll buy go to soup there, but I will not be in that part.
But Johnny, you're talking about Flatten. If you go to the place called CVR, right? CVR, that's half of Liberia there. And it's in Grand Jide. It's a biggest gold mining area in Grand Jide. You would think that you're in different country. Almost everybody in Liberia, every tribe in Liberia, in that bush. Very CVR. A majority of the business people in that bush from Nima County. Yeah. Even in Grand Jide right now, most of the businesses are owned by people from Nima.
Anthony, the people can be bringing issue about Nima and Grand Jide. I don't understand that.
Yep.
I went
So
besides
besides
CVR.
Nima Crown thing. I can't even do it. My family
besides CVR, if you go to Batajen in Guar.
Yeah. But
Batajen in Guar.
is a smaller gold camp, yeah.
But if you go to Batajen, the actual gold miners there are Nigerians.
Yes.
Then even in Redu City, most of the particular like gasoline dealers and things.
That's why I tell you.
They are Nigerians. Look, I went to
all the small shops here and there are Nigerians. Coke shop here,
I went to a place called Jerusalem. Right? I was shocked. So I keep wondering why people keep having issue with Nima and Grand Jide. Because Grand Jide people want pay there. They give me away.
You want kick I did say? Man say you want to see Johnny like the deer.
Yeah. But you know, my man knows to be very frank, you know.
Yeah, but Liberia is a small country, you know. Our people just wicked at all, man. They're just wicked. It's not gonna take much. Look at Ancestor River Bridge. That bridge since 1954, that bridge was built.
Yeah.
It stayed there.
Yeah, they want you to pray for it what they can reconstruct.
But you see the condition of that bridge. You bend over the serious and you see that bridge is bad. It's a disaster waiting to happen. And then the only bridge that connects the entire southeastern region to the rest of the counties.
Yeah. I see why the people. I see why the people from Basson can sound like they're from Basson or River Cells because they come from Basson.
Because they share common border.
Yeah, the Basson crown sound like Basson.
Yeah, but I can understand Basson. There's no way of Basson.
There's a part of Grand Jide that say, I say B, eh? Yep, B.
No, that Basson.
Like the Basson people from Flo, other people from Flo going all the way.
I want to call Termazin Crown. How they call that?
But many got Termazin Crown. They got Basson Crown. They got Chien Crown.
No, we have Termazin Crown, and the one across the Central River in Nima County, they speak both Dio and Crown. So when
but listen, listen, Anthony, there's a district in very good, but there's a district in Nima called Peabody. It's purely Crown.
Peabody, and the near I'm trying to find.
Yeah, Peabody.
You know, let me tell you.
Peabody is the town. Peabody is the district. The Crown district in Nima County.
In Nima County.
Peabody is a Crown district. It's in the capital. Yeah, the Peabody is a district in Nima County. It's a pure Crown. All there they are Crown.
We're on Dubo Road, 1990. So I remember, you know, prior to the rebels coming into the city, you know, at that do they had this every morning we get up, we see somebody die, and who will find dead. Either a girl or man or man would die. So we got up. So, but then what happened was some people then started taking their friends in and shooting them, my man. So this day they gotta enter the place. The guy spoke. I think he spoke. Something I said. The man started biting a tree. Then I said, The man said, "No, they posted the man. I think it was the man. They carry him to the graveyard tomorrow. Will kill him and point him. I said, hey." I think then the first time I saw the poor kill somebody, right on Dubo Road, the coffee there. We went to the market. We're coming back home now, and they got in a pickup. But apparently they want to school in Nima. They all want to school in Nima, I think. So, but they got out us. I think from Grand Jide. When the man spotted the man called the man in. The man spoke the dollar to them. The man said, you lie. I said, yeah. I said, no. I said, oh. That time we the thing when the war was serious, true that. The man, I said, what happened? We know the man. One so I said, you're the man went to the school, so what the man did you kill him? I said, I start going to roll, yeah. I was inside now. I said, no way. Because when you go to roll, you see what you want to see there. Man, that's why I said, man, look, I just thank God that Liberia, that war ended. That one people talking about they want bring that thing back. No, you can't, because look, it was just a terrible nightmare for most of us. Yeah, and you know, look, my friend, my brother, he's a lawyer now he's a lawyer in America, Liberian boy, lawyer. His mother, his sister, his mother used to rent for his mother, beyond on Dupo there, around JC Howard side of the fence.
Guys, I gotta go. I got time at work.
The Lutheran church. His mother was killed. His sister, his brother. That why whenever he still up to now here, he still can. When he tell he said, man, look, I want to see justice. I want to see justice. I told him, I said, man, look, I said, you gotta move on. He said, no, I want to see justice. So my people, look, Liberia, pray for that country. That all gotta do better. Pray for that country. Pray for that country. Yeah. But Johnny, thanks a lot, my man. I appreciate you
too,
for the discourse tonight. You brought a lot of sense of the discourse, and and that's why I like for you to partake. You come with a lot of great insights, and especially we who did sociology, we know when you're talking, I know what you mean straight right away, because it's about society, about studying about the society we live in, and you go to the social status of our country, you know what we're talking about, and you spoke like a rare social scientist tonight. That's why I provoke the conversation. I had no choice but to just surrender and let you take on let it be focused right on what you're saying. But again, I appreciate you, man, and I pray. I know how passionate you are about this country, and I pray that one of these days we have somebody like you in our legislature, to where you can effect the necessary change that we need in our country, because our people are just blind. And until we can get a message to them, they understand, we'll continue to be doing the same thing over and over, expecting different results. And that's why when they do this thing, voting can say, oh, the poor fool, they put not fooling you. You gotta understand that the people have the same thing you've been voting over every year. The people do the same old thing. You think they will change? They will not change. Try something new. But again, my people, let's pray for Liberia, and let God bless you all. Thank you, brother.
Okay, come on. Thank you.
Chairman Ben, I see you. What you want to do? You come here, Chairman Ben. Chairman Ben. Let me put you on the station. Ben Sanvee. Oh, I'm with you. You want to appear? Okay, people. When Chairman Ben, you will come, but I'm out of here. Thanks, people.